They say money can't buy you happiness, but it sure can buy you a plate of some of the best nasi lemak there is. Coming to you live from the heart of Malaysia, it's our second year running another epic race in Kuala Lumpur. It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup Asia 2024. And today, 5 countries have sent their very best Gran Turismo drivers from across Southeast Asia to compete for the title of champions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Victoria Cheng, and welcome back to another year of GR GT Cup Asia 2024. Now, backstage behind me, I've got 15 drivers representing 5 countries who are ready to go. But before any of that, let's have a little bit of reflection. I don't think you guys realize this, or maybe you do. We've been here for 5 years. This is our 5th edition, and we are so happy to be back. Now, what is a competition without lovely commentators? Let's introduce some of the voices for our GR GT Cup Asia. First up, we got Des Corkill and Ammo on our global broadcast. And from Thailand, we've got James and Oat who've flown in. Hello, Kap. Sawadee ka. And Indonesia's finest, we've got Ari Saputra and Mike Dinaldi. There's a lot of Indo pride going on over there. And now for those of you who are watching at home or want to send a link over to your friends and family, you can watch us live on the Toyota Gazoo Racing Asia's Facebook and other TGR partner pages, including YouTube and X, formerly known as Twitter. Now there's also something very exciting. We have a new edition of a live TikTok broadcast on Razor's channel, so you guys can check that out. We are modernizing with the times. Speaking of, I'd also like to thank our official partners, Kinto and Denso, and our headset partner, Razor. Now, without further ado, let's talk about today's finals formats, shall we? Let's throw it up there and go through it. So we are live here in KL. There are 15 drivers here with us, flown in from 5 countries to compete here at the GR GT Cup Asia. But let's rewind a bit. Just how did we get here? Now, across APAC, we had individual country circuits in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines to discover the best of the best in each country. And today, the top 3 drivers from each region is now considered a team. From there, we enter the GR GT Cup Asia Finals. All 15 drivers will be competing for the individual championship. It will be based on accumulated scores across 3 races. They are also competing as a team for the country championship, and that will be based on a total score of 3 drivers across all 3 races. Now, what that means, there are 2 separate trophies to be won, and of course, many drivers are going to be vying for both. But most of all, they'll be competing for the top spot for one mega reason. There are only 2 spots for the GR GT Cup Global Finals 2024 happening in Amsterdam, Europe, later this year. But, guys, what is a competition without some loot? We've got a healthy prize pool for the individual championship winners, with first place taking the lion's share of $8,000 US. Second place will earn $4,000 to $5,000, and third will get $3,000 US. The country championship winners will also earn a sweet pot of $8,000 US. Second, earning $4,000, $5,000, and third, earning $3,000 to be split amongst their team. Now, that is a prize pool of over $61,000 USD. That's pretty exciting stuff, right? I mean, that's very exciting stuff. Now, one thing that interests me the most, I think we are seeing a lot of familiar faces here. We have defending champion Andika Rama, and we also have some fresh rookies. Now, audience, I ask you, which country team are you supporting today? Let's hear it. Which country are you supporting? Whoa, okay. I see a lot of support coming from across the APAC region. Now, before we invite the finalists onto the stage, let's watch this quick video about our drivers today.
Hello, my name is Warino Pratama. I'm 21 years old.
Hello, my name is Andika Ramamonana. Now I am 30 years old.
My name is Filemon Benayateo. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Semarang, Indonesia.
Hello, my name is Tashizi Raiman. I'm 26 years old.
My name is Chong Kai Chan. I'm 30 years old.
My name is Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji. I'm 26 this year and I'll be representing Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Luis Moreno. I'm 31 years old.
Hi, my name is Enzo Ison. I'm 14 years old.
I'm Russell Reyes. I'm 23 years old and I'm racing for the Philippines.
Hi, my name is Patrice and I'm 20 this year.
My name is Zaim and I'm 29 years old.
Hi, my name is Jaden. I'm 15 years old and I'm representing Singapore.
Hello, my name is Thanapat Phuongpat. I'm 28 years old.
My name is Chayapat Libuagoson. I'm 21 years old.
My name is Marcin Fiderek and I will be representing Thailand this year.
I think a challenge this year, my opponent about other country, Indonesia, Philippines or Malaysia, they have many tough competitors. But I think the most is myself.
So me and my fellow teammates from Singapore have set up lobbies almost every week to practice our race and also to get ourselves familiarized with the Toyota car.
Sim racing for me is not just any game. It's a simulator that simulates real life racing. So you get to experience racing a real car but in a virtual world, which translates your skill to the real world.
Sim racing is more than a game because when it comes to esports, the same applies with any other sports. You need a lot of dedication, a lot of effort, and a lot of discipline to be good at it.
Sim racing is like make my dreams come true.
Ooh, things are definitely heating up this year. The competition is high. Now, things are promising to be a little spicy this year. I'm expecting a little bit of drama, and things are going to be very high stakes on that first qualifying track. And I hear there might be some rain, too. Now, without further ado, let's welcome our drivers. I'm going to welcome the teams to the stage. Welcome, Team Malaysia. Once more representing their home turf here in KL, finishing as first runner-up in the country championship last year. Will the home crown buck their performance? Introducing on the team, Taj Aiman, 26 years old from Puchong, Malaysia. His favorite track is the Nürburgring. Perhaps that fact will come in handy today for the driver. Seated at sim number 2. Welcome. Driver number 2, Chong Kai Chang, 30 years old from Klang, Malaysia. We saw his first international event at last year's TGR GT Cup Asia. He placed second in the Malaysia events. Welcome. He is seated at sim number 7. Next, Iqbal Suji, 26 years old from Shah Alam, Malaysia. His first appearance is today in our physical GR-GT event this year. And his favorite GT7 track, the Grand Valley Highway, for the track flow, and he enjoys the seaside view in the backdrop. He is seated at sim number 12. And next up, welcome Team Philippines. It's a lovely GT community from this region with some of the most competitive drivers. First up, Luis Moreno, 31 years old from Quezon City. He placed second at last year's GT Cup Asia Finals, and he's looking to make a comeback as this year's champion. He is seated at sim number 5. Next up, Enzo Ison, 14 years old from Lubao, Pampanga. He's our youngest driver here at 14, going on 15 years old, but that's not gonna slow him down, is it? He is seated at sim number 10. Next up, Russell Reyes, 23 years old from Ginginto, Bulacan, Philippines. finals, we see the return of this Filipino driver. His favorite Toyota car is the first-gen Celica because he likes how it looks like an American muscle car. Kind of agree with that. Next up, let's welcome Team Indonesia. This team has some of the fastest drivers on the APAC block. Let's welcome the Indonesian squad. First up, we got Morena Pratama, 21 years old, from Malang, Indonesia. We didn't see him last year due to a technical issue that cost him the country race, but he won this year's TGR GT Cup Indonesia and has no signs of slowing down. He's at sim number 1. Next up, we have Andika Rama, 30 years old, from Indonesia. He's a familiar name in e-motorsports, our defending champion here at GR GT Cup Asia. He is one of the most experienced drivers here, seated at sim number 6. Next up, Benayateo, 28 years old, from Indonesia. Now, we saw him place first in yesterday's Pro-Am race. Is that a prelude to what might happen today? Now he's seated at sim number 11. Next up, we have Team Singapore. From the small but mighty Lion City, we see the return of some familiar faces and a new one. We got Patrice Issa, 20 years old, representing Woodlands, Singapore. He had a fantastic performance last year, winning 3rd in the 2023 TGR GT Cup Asia, seated at sim number 3. Next up, we got Zaim Rashad, 29 years old, from Singapore. Hailing from the region of Yishun, Singapore, one of his most memorable experiences was here with us last year at the TGR GT Cup Asia 2023. Next up, we got Jaden Liao, 15 years old, from Singapore. Representing Bukit Batok. It's his first appearance at this regional event, but his passion for the sport has been clear. At 15, he is the second youngest to Enzo by mere days, seated at sim number 13. Last but not least, we have Team Thailand. We have some fresh faces on our scene, as I mentioned. And first up, Marcin Swiderek, 29 years old, resides in Bangkok. Now all eyes are on this Polish driver as he comes in with experience we are curious to know more about. He is seated at sim number 4. Next, Thanapat Pungpat, 28 years old, from Bangkok, Thailand. It's the return of this Thai driver who particularly enjoys tracks like Le Mans. Endurance races are thrilling for him with unpredictable elements like rain or crashes. Guess he likes a good challenge. Oh, and that stuff is good. For those of you who don't know, Hong Tai from Thailand is the good stuff. He's at sim number 9. Next up, we have Chayapat Lipipkon Kosol, 21 years old, from Bangkok, Thailand. Now, last year we saw some weather changes during the race. Chayapat has remarked he's learned from his past mistakes with tire choices, and he returns to the 2024 race wiser and more improved, seated at sim number 14. Now, our 15 drivers are settling into their sims. The tension is high, the energy is high as they gear up for the win. But before I'm ready to hand over to our commentators, first let's have a quick video about the car they'll be driving.
It's been a tough start, picking up a puncture on the first one. Both times then through the second stage of the loop was difficult for us, struggled with the feeling in there. And of course having to be a little bit careful with no spare wheel left. So yeah, not the greatest start to the run.
Yeah, it's not bad position, but yeah, overall not really happy myself. Shame that I was not able to take the one more position up for the roller position tomorrow, but still that is a long way to go, and really good. Today's stages and tomorrow it's very different, so need to adapt to myself. Not so much we can do on the car starting the tomorrow because we don't have midday service and just drivers needs to adapt well. So this is going to be a big challenge for me, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it was a perfect start. Then it was not always perfect. A little bit of an alarm with this sensor issue after stage 1, which, let's say, kept us busy trying to fix the car for the second stage. I'm glad we managed it with 5 tires. It was, of course, on the limit, so we had to really focus on that topic. But at the end of the day, being in the lead, that's the most important, securing the best start position for tomorrow. There's still one guy very close, you know, and it's Hoyt, so know him very well. We know that it's going to be again a tough fight to try to stay ahead, so looking forward to it.
Yes, a very good early evening to you from Kuala Lumpur. What we've just seen is the video of all part of the Toyota experience. It's part of the community, it's part of real racing. Tell you, Toyota in with a chance of that championship as well in the World Rally Championship. 2 events still to go on there. I'm Des Corkill alongside Amo Hazik. We'll be commentating through the activities for today. With the grand prize, there's a lot of cash up for grabs. There's a lot of international prestige up for grabs, but there's 2 seats at the World Finals of this now very prestigious tournament.
Well, it's a dog-eat-dog competition, isn't it? Because it's two places here, and from the drivers we saw just now when they were coming in, I think all of them have a chance of winning this because it is so tight. And the first race of the entire proceedings is going to be one that is pretty much a curveball that none of them were looking forward to, I would say.
Absolutely. I tell you what, they have really got a challenge on their hands today. We've got 3 races coming up for you, and we're getting as close to the World Finals as we possibly can. Qualification only for race number 1. Thereafter, it's your position, a reverse grid race qualification for number 2. And in number 3, your position in the championship standings. That will decide the grid for race number 3. So plenty coming your way. We'll explain that in a lot more detail. Your thoughts? You mentioned the fact that we have got Andika Rama, the defending champion, but Luis Moreno is there. Yep. We've also got Taj Ayman, who's a previous runner-up in the competition. Who do you reckon is going to have a chance?
Oof. Again, I did say just now all 15 guys, but then when you come to nitty-gritty, that will be coming to pass. We'll get to that after this.
Okay, race number 1. There is a 5-minute qualification. I cannot tell you how important qualification is on this particular event. It could settle almost how you are going to do. Followed by a 15-minute race, just 11 laps, fuel consumption NA, but we are on the dirt, Amma. We're on the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, that might be off-putting for some, but make no mistake, don't adjust your screens or don't adjust your eyewear. That is a dirt tire rating, and you know where we're going after this. It is definitely off the beaten path, literally.
Okay, as I say, we've got 3 races in all in these Asia finals. Let's work on the points compilation. For each time that you actually pick up a victory, you will pick up 25 points. We'll get onto that in just a second. Talk to me. Yeah, here we go. Here's the points accumulation. 25 points for P1, 20 for P2, 16 for P3. Need to tell you there's no points available for qualification, but how you fare is so important. Right down to 1 point for P15. Fastest lap can pick up 2 points. The first race, the first qualification is going to be so important. This is the points accumulation for all 3 races going in. But my word, I tell you, the number 1 race is going to be so critical.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with the top 8 being reversed after that. It really is putting impetus on the fact that they need to get a handle on this car. And on the track that we're going to after this, it is the GR Yaris RZ High Performance 2020. And this car is by far one of the most exciting little hatchbacks you could drive on the road. It has WRC DNA written all over it because it is a homologation special. So it was built on the rally stages first and then sold as a road car.
Okay, it's the 4-wheel drive version, the 1.6 litre turbocharged inline. Max power, the 268 horsepower. It's a lovely tight machine, isn't it? I like this very much. They'll need this to be working at its absolute optimum because the circuit we have got for you, Sardinia windmills. Gosh, we are on dirt. We're in Italy. It's a 3.3 kilometer circuit, 14 turns. Track condition, we're in the morning, but we are on the dirt, Amo.
Yes, indeed, Des. And the fact that we're at Sardinia, which ties in well to what we had just now in the video prior to the start of the broadcast. The WRC were in the actual Sardinia grounds in Italy, but this is somewhat of a glorified rallycross circuit where it's a point. It starts at this point and then finishes at the same point, round through almost 3.5 kilometers anti-clockwise, and we have a few jumps along the way. So this is going to be quite an interesting spectacle to behold.
It is going to be absolutely fantastic and a real challenge. One of the features of this and on the dirt is the lack of overtaking opportunities. That's why I've been saying for so long that the how you qualify is going to be so crucial on how you might perform throughout this whole day.
Absolutely, and it might put pay to whatever effort you have later on, because again, if you scuff up the first race, you're going to have to climb Mount Everest to get back to where you really want to be for the next two races, or you might just miss out on that 2 spots going to the World Finals. It is so crucial right now for these guys that have been practicing as well on the dirt to try and get to grips with this almost immediately.
Yeah, the competitors, they've had a chance to actually be practicing. They were here yesterday doing an awful lot. Normally, sometimes in practice, you can see, okay, a little bit of sandbagging going on, a little bit of just taking it easy, not showing too much. I promise you, on this dirt circuit, everybody has been fully focused on what they're trying to achieve, because this is so important.
Yeah, and we're literally going onto the gravel here, not literal sand, of course.
Okay, right then, these are the 15 racers. They've been introduced to us, a couple of new names, but some familiar names. Andika Rama from Indonesia, he's joined. There is a team competition going on as well. Obviously, the individual event is what we're focused on mainly, but the team competition is there as well. Indonesia with Andika will be hoping that they can get the best of these finalists. Taj Aiman, this is a strong Malaysia team. We haven't had a Malaysia champion in the past. We've had champions from Thailand, Singapore and Indonesia, never Malaysia. Taj, Kai Chang and Iqbal Suji, a strong team, as Amo are the Philippines.
Definitely, because we have Luis Moreno returning, Enzo Ison, who is a young upstart, and Rossi Reyes, a known quantity. So again, every single one of these guys, there is definitely strong drivers in their lineup. So really then, we're looking forward to how it's going to play out. It is so competitive in this year's competition.
For Singapore, Fadri Sisa, I think he surprised everybody. He picked up 3rd place last year. He didn't get a seat in the World Finals, but he got a nice prize to take home, nice check to take home. Zaim Rashad is a new guy for me, as is Jaden Liao, 15-year-old, making it to the finals.
Yep, and again, as what Victoria said, it's just a few days off from Enzo Ison himself. So really, the young guns are coming through, trying to attack the old established guard.
And we're also going a little bit international. Marcin, although he's Polish-born, he's living in Bangkok at the moment. So he's qualified as the winner of the Thai Championships, alongside 2 familiar names for us. Tanpat Pungpat, we've seen several times. And Chayapat, he comes in as well. Chayapat, he's still a youngster as well. He's only 20, and I think we've still got the rest to see out of Chayapat. So they are our 15 competitors. Dare I get you to make a prediction, Amo Hazi?
Ooh, very tough call, isn't it? But if we're going onto the dirt right now, Rama has proven to be quite fast, because, again, as you said about the sandbags, some drivers are not showing their full hands just yet, but I think Rama has a bit of experience on the dirt, and as well as Iqbal Suji, he has been doing WRC as well in the gaming scene, so really, he is well qualified on this particular type of surface, but in a different sort of setting, we'll wait and see if he could actually step up to the mantle.
It is an absolutely lovely curveball, I think the organisers have thrown into it. And being first up as well, you've got to cope with the dirt and you've got to qualify on the dirt. You've raced an awful lot. The differences, how do you approach it?
Oof. Well, in between this one in qualifying and then going to the race, well, this one's much worse, because not only you had to deal with the dirt, you had to deal with the loose surface and dust. As you can clearly see there, it's almost like the real world Rally Sardinia. If you're first on the road in WRC, you're known as a road sweeper. It's not a fun thing to have, because you're sweeping up the dirt and clearing up a lot of the gravel away so that there'll be grip. But in this case, it's not much of a problem for the guy in front to be doing that. It's the guy behind having to deal with his dust that's been kicked up.
Taj Aiman is the man who has taken us out. In fact, Malaysia are going out. There will be some team ethics at play as well. Andika Rama 3rd out, but Taj Aiman out on his out lap. They will have a chance to get at least one decent time in, as Taj takes to the air as well. And then just controlling the wheel spin, that's going to be so important.
not just the wheel spin, but where do you land after you get into the air? Because if you turn your wheel in the wrong direction when you're in the air, you might end up swinging into a direction you didn't want, crashing into a boulder or any of the hay bales that's here. But look at the way that they're doing it. It is sliding around a lot to get the grip from the tires here on the dirt.
It's almost drift stuff at the moment. Let's get those tires as warm as you possibly can, as you'd expect. Taj Ayman, as they're going around the bottom end of the circuit. This is the outlap. This is when they're just getting their sighters of how the circuit is looking, how firm it is. In the Yaris, in the high performance. And right, so we have got our first flying lap operational.
Indeed, and the fact that the way that they do the start-finish line is almost like a flying finish where they literally jump into the air. So nice touch from Polyphony Digital to put that into a Rally-S type of game. But the way that they're driving right now is so different compared to how you would drive on tarmac. You don't really drive according to the racing line. You try to find the widest possible angle so that you can maintain the minimum speed through the corners. And because this is also four-wheel drive, if they have torque distribution, which they don't, they can literally put the power to the rear wheels instead of the front so that they can get at least more drive out of there. And for the time being, these are just banker laps, so we won't know for sure what's the optimum pace until the times will start to tumble.
Taj Ayman, who's a long-time experienced racer in this GT Cup. He is leading the way, 26-year-old local lad from Puchong, not too far away from where this competition is taking place. He's setting up a really good time. Behind him, 30-year-old Kai Chang.
And he's losing him actually. Kai Chang actually was a bit closer at one point, so it shows that at least in this lap, this first banker lap, it's Taj gonna set the early gauntlet here for the rest of the field to try. As he comes across the flying finish, literally, because he's gonna be a jump here, and he crosses the line here with a 121.6. Where's Rama gonna be? Rama is the one that we're watching out for. He's crossing the line, there you go, 21.5, but only 300s exactly in front of Taj.
That's impressive though. Pratama comes in a 122, Fadri Sisa a 123. Tell you what, Chaipat has come in with a really nice time, just inside 122. He's third fastest, so everybody has got a banker lap in, apart from Russell Reyes.
Oh, he's usually a bit of a late starter. In fact, there you go. He's just set the time on the board. His banker time, a 22.5. But crucially, look at this. Those little red dots, those are penalties. Taj, Iqbal, and Tanapat Pongfat all have them. So it's going to compromise their lap here. And if they have enough time, they might just do one more. But look at where Rama is in relation to Taj. It's going to be close. So this is not the ideal way to do a second lap.
And Dika Rama, he is currently on pole, the defending champion. I know he's been taking this very seriously. He's approaching the veteran stage now at 30. He's gone inside one. Who's that? Who's being left behind? So Andika Rama is...
It's Taj.
It is Taj. So he's gone inside. Taj is...
and he's chasing Kai Chang too.
That's what I was thinking, because Kai Chang went past Taj Ayman as well. So Kai Chang is trying to set a decent time here as well.
And look, Rama's going even faster. He's almost 3 tenths up as they come across the flying finish. Would this be an improvement? It is going to be a 21.3, 2 tenths faster. He's increased the gap to 3 tenths in front of Taj.
Right, Andika Rama has set the time to be 121.333, 3 tenths quicker than Taj. Jayapat, where is he? He's got Tio's come in with a 121.8. Everybody improving their time. Luis Moreno in P7. Eason, the youngster, 122. Russell Reyes posts a 121. I tell you what, sandbagging on your first flying lap, that's a new one for me.
Well, talk about trying to keep your powder dry, or really keep your gravel dry until the moment comes. He literally has kicked up the rubble here to try and get it up to the front. He's has one more lap. He has enough time to do so. He's got traffic in front. There's a Malaysian car there as we're watching Chayapat swinging it out. The rest of the field is still coming through to set another lap here. Marcin Sviderek has not set a represented time, I think.
He's not. He'll be disappointed with that. The pole based in Bangkok. He's down in P15 at the moment. We're on board here with Jayapat. And Jayapat, you can see how hard they're having to work on the dirt. It's a completely different driving operation.
Definitely, and you have to keep all 4 wheels spinning. If you actually stop for a second, you lose so much momentum. And look at that second sector time just now, 400s behind. He is on here for a P2 or even P1 if he could get that final sector right. It is so tight here. Kai Chang goes up to third. Taj still stays in second. We're waiting here on board with Chayapat Liporkok if he could actually get it up to that top 5. This is looking really good.
The 20-year-old from Bangkok is improving. He goes up the hill. He's approaching the finale. Where are we now? He's closing in. You can quite right. He is close. 1:15, 1:21, 3:33 is the time to beat. Here's Chayapat, 21:7.
Oh.
Chayapat doesn't get there. My word, it only puts him up one place. That was a fine lap, but I tell you what, that was so quick that he's only getting P6.
Yeah, in fact, that final sector, he lost 4/10 exactly, and that was the difference between being up close to Rama and outside that top 5. That was absolutely very close.
Andika Rama, though, he is the man who has set the way. A lot of pressure on him. He's the defending champion. He was runner-up the year before, so he's the man to beat, and he's put himself in the firing line once again. First place in qualification on the dirt.
First blood, and he's drawn the gauntlet here for everybody to try and take. But who is going to be stepping out to the plate in that one? The crucial thing is, behind him is Taj Ayman. And from what I heard in the practice sessions, he and Taj are very close, so this is going to be a good fight at the front if they can keep it up.
Okay, here are the official results. This is from in-game. In Andika Rama, 2/10 quicker than Taj Ayman. That's a terrific drive from Theo in P3. Swiderek came in right at the end, gosh, before the finish. So Martin Swiderek had come in at 1:21.7. That's terrific from him. Kai Chang in P5. Chayapat has to be content with P6, despite being quickest through Sector 1. Russell Reyes, again, sandbagged in his first flying lap. P7 for him. And Moreno Pratama will be in P8. 4th row on the grid. Look at that, though. Half a second between P1 and P8. This is rapid.
Oh, it's a blink of an eye, isn't it? That 8 cars have passed here, and I think it was much closer as well if we go outside of that top 8. But for sure, they've got that practice in, and it's gonna be a very intense first race here.
Well, we were talking off screen that the top 8 have got a real advantage because overtaking is going to be so difficult on this circuit. We saw just in qualification, you're going to have to take gambles because you're in the air much of the time as well, and how can you overtake when you're in the air?
Well, as of course you piggyback on top of that car, but again, you really need a freak jump to get over somebody like that. That's almost cartoonish. But the thing is, this kind of competition where it's rallycross, real-life rallycross is hard to overtake. So if you want to get your overtaking done, you might have to get your elbows out just a bit to get it done.
Okay, we are all just about set. GR Toyota Gazoo Racing, the GT Cup 2024 for Asia. Andika Rama on pole position, representing Indonesia, just ahead of Malaysia's Taj Ayman.
And behind him is another Indonesian, Benayatir, with a brilliant qualifying session towards the end. And the first of the Thai guys, Martin Swiderek.
In P5, row 3, Chang Kai Chang from Malaysia. Good time from him. He's alongside Chayapat from Thailand.
And on row 4, Russell Reyes, he probably left his qualifying run a bit too late there to make any difference in front of Moreno Pratama.
5th row of the grid, P9, it belongs to Iqbal Suji. And alongside him in P10, you've got Phungpat from Thailand.
And then in 11th, you got Luis Moreno. That would be really hard for him to get up here, but let's hope he can do well in the race. In front, behind him, is his teammate Enzo Eason.
And then P13, Padri Sisa surprised us all last year. We'll have to work hard from there alongside his Singaporean teammate Drasyad.
And right at the back is JD Liao. So Singapore with an absolute mare in qualifying.
Gosh, that is tough. That is tough to come from there. It is a start in which Andika Rama can just throw dust into the windscreens of all of his rivals. There he is, bottom right. He's looking nice and relaxed at the moment. I'm sure it'll get an awful lot tenser once the race comes into play. 11 laps of the circuit.
Oh, you can feel the tension now as the race is about to start here.
Andika Rama is in sim number 6. We are underway, the first of 3 races. A place in the World Finals available for the top 2. Andika Rama leads us off from Taj Ayman and Theo behind them. Andika under immense pressure from Taj Ayman immediately, and Taj is trying to make an early move. Andika Rama closed him up though, and that's good work from the Indonesian.
Well, how did Taj get a good run off the line there? Or maybe Rama got caught napping, whatever it is. He didn't have the best of launches. Taj is much closer than he is prior to qualifying, so he had the early off in terms of getting to the back of Rama, but now if Rama gets into his stride, he'll have to work even harder to get past the Indonesian.
Benaya Theo's also made a very good move as well. The Indonesian flying sim number 11. Well, he did make a good start, but now Theo himself is under pressure from Swiderek. But there is on board with Taj Ayman. And you can just see where are the overtaking maneuvers. To get up alongside is difficult enough. To then overtake, there's just no space.
Really, there isn't. Despite the track being very wide, the only try to do it is here. This is literally the only braking point in the entire circuit where you can try. But as you can see, the cars being sideways, like in real rallycross, you really gotta have to put your elbows out to get the move done.
You're relying on a mistake in many ways from the others. The undulation takes us. Andika Rama has gone through the first lap. He has got the lead. Has a lead by 0.7 of a second. Further down, not many changes. The three Singaporeans still stranded way at the back. Fadri Sisa, Rashad and Liao all having a tough time out there.
Yeah, and the fact that it's all now just follow the leader at this point, waiting for someone to make a mistake. And crucially though, remember what happened to Taj in qualifying? He probably touched the fencing on the outside. That might have triggered why he got a penalty. So if someone were to do that now, they could fall way behind here because the field is so packed together like sardines.
Still Andika Rahman leads the way. We are on board just above Taj Ayman. You can see behind him you've got Theo and Schwiderek. Looking forward, that's the gap between first and second. I'm just trying to work. You've just got to somehow get alongside us. Look at that. Russell Reyes goes on the inside of Kai Chang. That is the way to overtake. Then Reyes has got to get a drive out. Reyes up to P6.
That's the first move on that we've seen today. And hopefully it might not be the last, but that is a very canny move by Reyes. He caught Kai Chang napping and just had the better drive coming out of the corner to get by him. But looks like Kai Chang wants to retaliate in return.
Well, he is right there in the slipstream. It's not quite the same as on tarmac, though. Kai Chang goes along on the inside. Russell Reyes just sweeps the back end in front of him. How you control it? There is John Kai Chang in P7 at the moment, the young Malaysian. Behind them, you've got Pratama having a real go of here. We're 2 of 11 laps through. Still Andika Rama leading, but in the midst of the path, some real fighting going on.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Moreno Pratama is coming into play. That'll make it a three-way fight between a Filipino, a Malaysian, and an Indonesian. They probably need to try working together here because they do not want to fall out of that top 8. Remember, top 8 after this will be reversed for the second race. They do not want to lose any of these positions right at this crucial juncture.
Yeah, you've got to be tactical in your thinking. Don't overcook it. So long as you're in the first stage, you're in with a reasonable chance in race number 2 because you'll be on the first 8 of the grid there. Russell Reyes in P6 behind them. Iqbal Suji and Pungpat. Danapat Pungpat are trying to make a move. Thailand, we've had a winner from Thailand of this whole championship in the past. The Thais need to make a move soon.
Oh, look at that. Single file line and the dust being kicked up. You can barely see it. Yes, IRL, if you have a rally stage, you're normally spaced about 2 minutes apart. You won't get that much of a problem like in this close proximity, but it does simulate well Rally Sardinia where the dust hangs in the air for an awfully long time. But for these guys, it's right in their faces. The vision must be terrible driving in behind these cars.
Pratama in 8, in 9 Iqbal Suji and Thanapat. Not much overtaking. The one we saw was Russell Reyes going past Kai Chang. Now Pratama's making a move on Kai Chang as well. Kai Chang could be dropping down 2 places if he's not careful. Pratama right on the tail of the Malaysian.
Oh yeah, now they're fighting for P7 here. Remember, this is the last crucial spot. If Pratama gets it all wrong and Kai Chang comes along with him, that's 2 free positions for the guys behind. And for Iqbal Suji, that's what he wants right now. He's in P9. He's on the bubble of sorts, trying to get back into that crucial top 8.
Still plenty of time to go, but not many people are making many mistakes at the moment, so they're both sideways. What kind of a drive can Pratama get out of this corner? The answer is not good enough to get the better of Chong Kai Chang. The Malaysian is having to work extremely hard to hold on to P7.
And you can see that the way that he went a bit wider, he was trying to invite Pratama to come in and probably stall his exit. But look at that drive. That was a very good exit from Pratama that time around. And he is much closer to Kai Chang to try and do an overtaking maneuver. Coming up to the Mickey Mouse section towards the end of the entire circuit. It's really tight in front here. And Kai Chang's already been overtaken once. He doesn't want to make it twice.
So they've got this right-left combination coming in as they come through, as Kai Chang sweeps around. He's doing so... They have to work so hard just to hold on to that position. Russell Reyes is just pulling away. These two are battling hard It means Reyes has just got a chance to pull away just a little bit. There is the dust. Gosh, you can hardly see.
Yep, and that was the point that I made during qualifying. Is much worse when it's in a race situation because all 15 guys are running even closer compared to what they do in qualifying. Now, the problem is whether or not that kind of dust will cause drivers to actually misjudge their braking or slide a bit too much and hit any of the fences, rocks, or hay bales on the side. That might contribute to a penalty. Just what happened to Tanapat Pongpat. He's the first to come a cropper.
Certainly was the only one to come a cropper. Oh, somebody went a little bit wide there. Manayo Teo under pressure for Martin Swiderek. The pole in P4 at the moment, but he'll be very aware that he's got Janapat right behind him. And Russell Reyes not far behind them. Swiderek trying to put the pressure on Theo. Manayo Theo himself trying to put the pressure on Taj Ayman. Nearly a second clear in front, though, is Andika Rama, who has led from start to finish.
But the gap at one point was 1.5 seconds, so 8/10 lost from Rama up in front. Maybe he made a mistake somewhere along the line. Slight mistake. A very, very minimal mistake, but that was enough to actually gain back the time for Taj to get up to the back of the Indonesian.
29-year-old Swiderek slides in. Jayapat, the 20-year-old. They raced really competitively in the Thai Championship. Swiderek came on top in those championships. Look at Jayapat trying to look on the inside. Swiderek has to hold there somewhere. He'll match the dust. Jayapat is doing his very, very best, get the better of Martin Swiderek.
And Swiderek there being a very cool operator. He just opened the door a bit, just like what Kai Chang did just now to Pratama. Invite them in and just get the drive out of there to prevent the overtake. But look at Theo. That was a slight mistake. He had to jump all wrong there. Nearly, in fact, that was Swiderek we're looking back from to Jayapat. Nearly gets it completely wrong there.
Russell Reyes putting pressure on this battle for P4. Swiderek leads from Jayapat from Russell Reyes. Reyes would love to get into the top 4. Behind them, Kai Chang hasn't been able to make an impact. In fact, Kai Chang is under pressure from Pratama still. Tell you what, considering we've only had one major overtake, this is phenomenally exciting.
Yep. Sometimes it's just like an end-to-end football game. It may be 0-0, but the tension of the action is what gets you drawn in.
And you can make a big impact if you can just get yourself up one place. Jayapat continues to put the pressure on Swiderek ahead of him. The two Thais gunning for P4. Up front, Andika Rama has re-established that 1.2 second lead from Taj Ayman. Taj, I think, is just looking after P2 at the moment. This is further down, Luis Moreno from Philippines. Luis, a runner-up last year, and he's up against young Isong. Isong makes a mistake, and Tanapat goes past him. Tanapat moves up into P12 ahead of Isong.
That's overtaking number 2 of the day on the dirt, but I think Isong was helped a bit on the way by Pongpat because it was just the smallest of touches, which was enough to send him sliding off, and Pongpat takes it away from him. But that penalty cost him 3 positions.
Yeah, there you can see the dirt is just being kicked up into the face there. Pongpat still has it ahead of Isong. That means that Fadris Issa, unseen by us, Fadris Issa has got past Moreno and Pongpat and Isong, because he was in P13, Fadris Issa. Well done to him, he's up in P10 now. Some joy for Singapore.
Well, we had a hard charger award like what we do in Rallycross. He will definitely be up there. He gained about 3 positions from where he started. So good on him. He proves well why he nearly became the underdog winner last year. He has that fighting spirit in him to go up to the front. Now we'll have to wait and see if it happens to be there. Chayapat got a penalty. He drops a few positions.
Wow, Chayapat has dropped indeed a couple of places. Kai Chang and Pratama have gone past him. That is the battle earlier up in P6. This is Luis Moreno under real pressure. The experienced Filipino can feel Tanapat Pongpat right behind him. Tanapat has got the bit between his teeth. He's already made one overtaking maneuver. Throwing the car around, too much on that from Moreno. Has he got away with it? What drive has Pongpat got out of this?
Oh, I'll tell you what, that was very close to becoming absolute tragedy between Moreno and Pongpat, but they kept it together, and it was just a slight nudge between the body panels, enough to actually get the guys to wake up a bit and try to drive faster. But it's proven to be a wake-up call for the both of them, because now Enzo Eason is right behind the both of them.
Yeah, we're coming up towards the hairpin at the top end of the course. Then they've got that big left-hander. Moreno under fearsome pressure from Tanapat Pongpat. This is decent from Tanapat. We've seen one great maneuver from him already. Is he able to put the pressure on Luis Moreno? Moreno defending superbly. Behind them, Isong trying his best just to hang in there. Jade Liao and Rashad are a little bit behind the A-ball here.
And Liao and Rashad are actually trading penalties right now because, in fact, is Zaim for a second straight lap that gets a penalty, so he's going to drop even further behind. That's not the best way to start the day for him. But Pong Fight here, he's fighting back so hard because, again, he'll be miffed by the fact that he had a penalty hitting the wall somewhere. Now he's trying to recover any positions he could.
Try to get up yourself into P11. Luis Moreno, runner-up last year. Is he able to hold on? Superbly done once again. A lot of drifting going on. A lot of work going on ahead of them. Andika Rama's lead is 1.5 seconds. Moreno's not thinking of that. Moreno is just thinking of holding on to P11.
Yeah, for the time being as well. Again, even though it's just the very first race of the entire day, it's all about damage limitation at this point.
There is Tanapat. So Tanapat now finds himself under pressure from the teenager Ison.
Oh, look at that, they're coming through turn number 3. Very, very close. Ison's gonna drop it here, is he? Wow, very, very close. He kept it out of the rocks.
That was really well defended that by Tanapat. Now Tanapat, having fended that one off from Enzo Ison, he can maybe look ahead. This is just for P11, mate.
Yeah. Well, for Ison's case, he just wants to get P12 from Pong Fight so that he can work on his fellow countrymen. But yes, this is just for fringe positions, but the fighting is almost equivalent to winning a championship. They know full well all the points really matter, and race number 1, they're on the back foot here, so they try to minimize any sort of damage this race might incur to them in the long run.
On the Facebook page, there's comments coming on. Judy Dabuena, I agree with you. Wow is what the comment is. And exactly that. Luis Moreno trying to wow his fans back home in the Philippines. Pungpat trying to wrest a little bit of control away from the Philippines. The Thai is working very, very hard to do so. But I tell you what, Luis Moreno has been magnificent defensively.
Absolutely. It's what you call a driver that knows how to leave the space and how to just close off the door when it really matters. And for the time being, though, he's doing just that pretty well and then some against Pong Fight. Pong Fight, no doubt, will be frustrated not only on top of the penalty, but he's still stuck there outside of the top 10. He had it in there as well at one point. He was 10.
Lap 10 of 11. Comments coming in on Facebook. Please give us your comments as Chayapon looks on the inside and Chayapon Pratama are going toe-to-toe, and Chayapon moves up into P7 ahead of Pratama.
Oh, that's a clever move. That's move number 3. We can count by our fingers how many moves are done, but it's a crucial move for Chayapat. That actually puts him up further away from that bubble. And for Iqbal Suji, now he has a chance to try to get at Pratama because that little move that Chayapat did will be enough to stall his momentum just a bit.
So Chayapat in P7 on Facebook. Bad Boy says, let's go Philippines. That's Gab Quintos, former racer. Chayapat working hard on P7. Kai Chang now under pressure. Pratama under pressure. Iqbal Suji coming into the battle. At the front, Andika Rama 2 seconds clear, but there's plenty of racing going on from P6 downwards.
Oh, there we go. Look to see there. Iqbal's going on the inside, side by side between Pratama and Chayapat across the flying finish. It's the final lap now. They touch. They nearly crash there. Pratama gets P7 away. Iqbal watches brief.
Iqbal is just looking, he's saying, you two battle out, there is contact. Chayapat on the side, contact again between Chayapat. There must be something going to give at the moment. Chayapat on the inside, Iqbal looks for a moment. Fadris Issa comes into the equation as well. Iqbal Suji from 8th to 7th. Fabulous by the by the Malaysian. Iqbal Suji has moved up. Fadris Issa has taken a couple of places as well.
2-1 go, and Fadris follows suit as well from P10 to P8. That's what they wanted. The two drivers tripped over each other and positions gained, but it's not over just yet. Fadris gets pushed out. Iqbal with a very smart 40 chest move to get out to P7. Very smart driving. He stayed out of it.
He stayed till late. He's made the movement very, very late. So has Fadris Issa. But Fadris is back down to P10 again because Pratama and Chayapat have got in front of him. Wow, all the action is coming in these lower region places, 6 through to 10. Magnificent. Iqbal Suji currently holds on to P7. Can he hold it on? We're on the final lap. Andika Rama, the defending champion and pole, he comes through. Andika Rama takes 25 points. Arguably the fastest lap. Taj Ahmed in 2. Theo in 3. Swiderek 4. Reyes in 5. What's the movement down? Iqbal Suji, can he hold on to P7?
Yes, he does, and he crossed the line. Pratama well and truly battered from that fight, and it's done and over. Across the line they go. That was a photo finish from Moreno Pungfat, separated by just under a tenth of a second. And Fantres, who looked like a hero for a second to be up in P8, drops to P12, but maybe he will try to protest that one. What a fight for the French positions.
Well, gosh, there's applause going on in the background, quite right as well. It's not really for Andy Karama because he was so far ahead. I don't think that's what the applause for. It's for that last lap slugfest in which Iqbal Suji did so wonderfully well to get himself into P7.
And did I say you need to use your elbows out to get the overtaking maneuver? Iqbal did exactly what I was thinking that way. Just coming to the inside, it was just a light touch. It is actually a clean maneuver. He got it through, just nabbed it, and got himself up to that crucial P7.
Here's the in-game results. Indonesia 1, 3, and 8. Andika Rama takes it 2.3 seconds clear of Taj, who's 5/10 clear of Theo. Swiderek, a very good P4 for the pole representing Thailand. Russell Reyes, gosh, after the poor start that he had in qualification, him to get up into P5 is good. Chong Kai Chang into P6, good result for the Malaysian. Iqbal Suji, well, he's the star performer of the day. 9 seconds drift, but he's ahead of Pratama in P7, Pratama in P8. Further down, the youngster Isom finishes in 9. Luis Marino got ahead of Tanapat Pungpat. Oh, Tanapat, what a race he had, but it's only P11. Fadris Issa forced down as well. He got himself up into single digits at one stage. And Chayapat, a couple of mistakes towards the end, sent him down to P13. Jaden Liao and Rashad, difficult races for them. But gosh, that was adrenaline pumping stuff, Amo Haziq.
Wow, amazing stuff from start to finish. And top 15 separated by only 23 seconds. Despite all of that, 23 seconds separate the whole thing. That is really fast, because normally because of the pace of the race, the gaps can be up to about half a minute or more than that, but this is less than half a minute. It goes to show that, yep, the dirt might throw a bit of a spanner into the works, but when we go into the tarmac, back onto the tarmac, it's going to be very interesting.
It certainly is. So it's a real test that was for the drivers. I mean, I like that. I think that's terrific. Well, I was concerned that it might be a bit of a procession. In many ways it was. Andika Rama, though, gosh, we didn't spend a lot of time with Andika Rama because he was just magnificent. He never lost the lead.
He did, and the fact that the only time that he was ever threatened was at the start of the race, where it looked like he might have missed the gear when he was shifting, bogged a bit, that allowed Taj to come back, but it wasn't enough. He held the lead the whole way, and on top of that, he's got a full complement of points from the very first race, so he's put himself in good nick here to try and just consolidate from race 2 to 3, because he was in that crucial top 8, and he can try to just ease it home.
I'm smiling because that was a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely.
So I can imagine if we've got the adrenaline and the heart going through us, I'm wondering whether or not the adrenaline is pumping through the veins of the athletes as well. Terrific start. Let's go and get some post-race reaction, though. I think Victoria Chang is going to get us some real reaction from a heart-thumping race.
All right, I'm with Andika Rama right now. Andika, can you share some of your thoughts on this year's format, and how do you feel about your performance just now?
Yeah, I think this year's format is going to be interesting, yeah, for all 3 races. First we got Rally, of course, and then the second after this we got Nürburgring, Corolla, but it's mixed with the rain, so I think many strategies will be happen on the round. So let's see, we're gonna do the best. For this round, yeah, actually Rally is one of my strong points in this game. So I'm happy I make it on the first round and winning first place.
What are some of your thoughts on the competition this year compared to last year?
I think this year is another step higher level than last year. We got old faces, but new faces that really fast as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Now, you are the defending champion, and you have so much experience, and you placed first on the first round just now. What is it going to take to defeat Andika Rama? Are you willing to give that advice for free?
I think it's going to be hard, because I'm practicing really hard as well. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Andika, and good luck on the next round. All right. All right, well, that was a very exciting first round. And now we're going to have a chat with Taj Ayman over here in sim number 2. Hello. Yes, I'm here to ask you some questions. What are some of the learnings from last year that you worked on and improved on for this year?
This year, I try to well prepare for the race. Actually, apart from that, for the race 1, I didn't really maximize my quali time. Actually, I can go much faster, but in the lobby the wind is much more difficult and different. So I think for our part, for Team Malaysia, we are prepared really well for this 2024 TGR Asia.
I mean, that's great to hear. And what are your thoughts on the competition this year compared to last year? Because we have some new faces here.
This year, as we can see, there's a lot of countries that train really hard to get into this stage. So as you can see, Thailand, there's a new faces, and Indonesia, Philippines as well. So yeah, it's gonna be tough race in the next two races remaining.
Now, you're going toe-to-toe with Andika just now, and you heard what I asked him, what is it going to take to defeat him? Do you have any words for Andika, and do you plan to defeat him today?
Obviously, everyone here aiming to target for top 1 at the number 1. So yeah, everyone is want to try their best. There's 2 more races remaining, so yeah, finger crossed for that.
Thank you so much, Taj. All right. Well, that was a rather exciting way to start the day. We were seeing, some of these veterans try to vie for those top spots over there. Now we're going to go over to a quick video, so check this out.
Hello, my name is TGR Raiman.
My name is Chong Kai Chan.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji.
Sim racing is more than a game because when it comes to esports, the same applies with any other sports. You need a lot of dedication, a lot of effort, and a lot of discipline to be good at it.
For me, Gran Turismo 7 is a parcel of life, of my own personal life. It defines me. It is what makes me part of who I am, with all the cars, with all the racing, with all the tracks, and with the community as well.
For now, I'm a full-time sim racer. Usually, I do practice like 2 or 3 hours.
I train for 2 hours a day. However, when it comes to big competition like GT Cup Malaysia, I will train for around 6 hours a day.
So I think I train about 10 hours per week, but if there's a competition, that's probably gonna maybe double or triple.
My biggest challenge will definitely be myself because of the latest update where everything has changed. Everyone have to relearn the game from the ground up. So for me, it's going to be a tall mountain to climb.
So the biggest challenge, of course, will be the competitors. But in terms of what it means, I'm already seeing that the overall level in the Asia scene is definitely higher than before, much higher, and I would say even comparable towards the World Finals. So we are definitely going to go in with that level of intensity and competition, but I can assure you that we, as Team Malaysia, we are definitely prepared for it.
I hope this year I will try my best and try to qualify for World Series at Rifle.
I hope to emerge as the top 2 drivers out of all the drivers out there, and also to make Malaysia the number 1 team in the GT Cup Asia Finals.
I hope to be able to finish in the top 2 in GT Cup Asia this year, and at the same time, one of the top priority for me is to bring back the team championship back to Malaysia.
Hello, my name is Wonino Pratama.
Hello, my name is Andika Rama Maulana.
My name is Filemon Binayateo.
I started sim racing when I was 8 years old. I saw my dad playing a Gran Turismo 4 and makes me want to jump into it.
I started sim racing from 2010, so it's my 14 years doing this kind of hobby. And the reason why I keep doing sim racing until now, because sim racing is one of the cheapest way to go into motorsport. Sim racing is like what make my dreams come true. My favorite track is Fuji Speedway. I like the long straight that we have many overtaking chance there, and then the flow of the track, especially around 100R, and the sector 3 is the most challenging one.
My favorite track is Nürburgring Nordschleife in Germany.
For the practice time, I like to do 2 until 5 hours max.
Each day I usually training for like 3 to 4 hours a day.
I usually practice after office and it's about 1 or 2 hours a day.
Well, to the audience at home, that's a sign of the commitment that you need to actually succeed in this event. The number of hours that they spend. Now, you were telling me that Iqbal Suji, he's a trainee doctor, and as well as being a trainee doctor, he's also putting at least 10 hours in on the sim. That's commitment.
Well, 2 to 5 hours sounds more plausible than that, but yeah, close to 10 hours, it's not out of the realm of possibility if they burn the midnight oil, of course, to do that. The thing is, that kind of commitment to sim racing is top-notch. Even for me personally, I will at least put 3 to 4 hours a day trying to practice for a championship or tournament I'm competing in.
Fantastic work, and we saw there Andika Rama Maulana, a defending champion, a former runner-up as well. He's now something of a veteran, 14 years in this, so you'd expect him to be good, but gosh, he was good today.
Well, he put out his best Sebastian Ogier impression there, because how he just utterly dominated. Yes, the gap was very close towards the end, but nowadays in WRC, the gaps are even less than 10 seconds compared to the minutes that used to be in there. So for him to hold his nerve against some of the fast guys right behind him and not be fazed by it shows that the years of experience do come in handy.
Yeah, we're going to have a few highlights later on, but one of the things that I found very noticeable there is that although there were overtaking opportunities, the amount of sliding, the amount of drifting going on, it meant overtaking was so difficult on the dirt. It gets very different when we move on to the tarmac.
Indeed, and the fact that you can do the switchbacks or you can do late braking maneuvers, because again, there was not any hard braking zones that go into hairpin or tight corner that you can have the overtaking maneuver done. You're going to have to do it while the car's wheels are still completely spinning, so there's no way in heck that the car would just stop like that and try to go through. You just have to wait for the guy in front to make a mistake, or you can do just a little bit of a switchback to come through, like what we saw in some of the drivers that they did during the first race.
I love the fact that the organisers gave us that jeopardy. They gave us the dirt. As a racer yourself, how often would you choose a dirt circuit to actually practice on? Or we were talking about the 10 hours a week. How often would you use dirt to practice on?
Almost none.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's such a rare scenario to be put in, to put a dirt track as part of the schedule for a competition. When it comes to the punch, if it's put in there, then yes, you would have to force yourself to do what the guys did over the entire preceding day, that they were trying to analyze how to get the best out of the dirt surface.
And they got the best out of it as well. That was thrilling, particularly on that. So Iqbal Suji waited until the final lap before he made his move, and it really worked for him, because it was P12 at one stage, worked himself to 11 to 10, and then bang, got himself into the top 8.
Yep, in P7, and the fact that the way he did it, he just, pun intended, he kept his gravel dry, and it was supposed to powder, tried to just wait for the opportunity to come, and it did in spades. He was in P9 almost 3/4 of the race, but that final bit where he needed to strike, he struck it quite well and just used the other drivers a bit to overtake. But granted, wheel-to-wheel door banging action is a thing in rallycross, and he did that kind of move to perfection.
I'm wondering, there's a slight delay in the results coming in. I'm wondering if there's a protest going on, because there is contact, not a lot, but we saw one where I'm not quite sure it was Benayo Teo. There was a touch on the back of Benayo, but he wouldn't be appealing that one, would he?
Yeah, indeed, and the fact that Patricia was probably the one that got shafted the most out of that.
Sorry, that's what I'm thinking. Yes,
he was up to P8. He was in that safe zone. He could have been on pole position coming into the next race, but he fell to P12 afterwards, so that's why probably the protests are coming in.
Okay, let's have a look at the best of the highlights from the race that we've just seen. There are some protests, so we're still waiting for official results, but this is the best of the highlights. On pole position was Andika Rama Maulana. We thought, can you take the pressure, young fella? Yeah. No problem whatsoever. Right from the very start, Andika Rama was he was away okay. Taj got very close though early on, and then Chayapat had a lot of fun. Chayapat, gosh, he got into P5 at some stage. How did he finish so far down the field?
I think the penalties came into play, plus that final lap scramble to get up to the proverbial safe spot in P8 was the one that was his undoing. So we're about to get that into the highlights that we saw just now, how he nearly got Kai Chang just a bit of a tap, And further up in front, Speederek was in that top group, fighting all the way, but they could not catch up to Rama. He was just so metronomic in his pace up in front.
This was a fun battle though. Luis Moreno was under real pressure here from Ison originally, and Fadris Issa had done really well to get himself up into P10. Remember, Fadris started down in P13. Singaporeans struggling on the dirt. They don't have dirt in Singapore, do they?
I don't want to make a joke that will probably irk the eye of geopolitical problems, but yes, that was that they were probably getting their feet into the dirt scene, but again, it's not enough to get him up in front. As you can see, that was the move that Iqbal made.
Iqbal Suji went right the way up. He got himself 2 places up there. Well done, Doctor. We hope Andika Rama, in the meantime, as they came onto the final lap, he won this one by a proverbial country mile, 2.3 seconds by Andika Rama. He's in P1, and that is maximum points for him. What a great way to start the defense of your championship. Andika Rama also the fastest lap, a perfect 27 points for Andika, 20 for Taj Ayman. Benayo Teo, an excellent 16 for him, 13 for Marcin Swiderek. Well done from the pole from Bangkok. Russell Reyes 11, Kai Chang 10, Iqbal Suji holds on to P7 for 9 points. Moreno Pratama, he picks on 8.
Yep, and that will mean Moreno Pratama will start on pole for race number 2. But outside of that safe zone, Enzo Ison just misses out by 1 position in front of Luis Moreno, who will have an awful lot of work to do when we hop over to race number 2. Thanapat Pungfat as well will be disappointed again. He was in that top 10, but then the penalty put paid to his chances of getting any higher up afterwards because he was in a really big battle with Moreno throughout the entire race.
Jaden Liao in P13. Chaipat, gosh, that's really frustrating. Just 2 points for him with the penalty. Zayam Rashid, how do Singaporeans improve from there? 12th, 13th, 15th is not great for the team awards.
Yeah, but if they were to be talking together right now, they'll have to actually work together to get them back up here because that first round was brutal for them.
Okay, let's have a look at the overall team championship standings. At the end of race number 1, remember we've got 2 more races still to come. Country championships, Indonesia, 51 points, a 12-point lead from Malaysia. Bring it on. Philippines have got work to do. Thailand have got work to do. Singapore just 8. Singapore will improve. Their drivers are better than that performance suggests. But Indonesia, gosh, they have gone out absolutely flying on all cylinders. The victory, and obviously they have got the lead in the team championship standings. Remembering there's money for grabs, a lot of money for grabs for the top team as well.
Indeed, and the fact that Indonesia will be looking to make it 2 for 2 on Malaysian soil as well, so they'll be absolutely chuffed by that. And the fact that Rama, with that first round performance being so good, I think they will be rating their chances quite highly to do it.
Okay, this is a long day. We've just had the first qualification and the first race, which was a thriller minute. I think what we need to do is now just focus a little bit towards what's going to happen in race number 2, starting with the car that they're going to work. And it is a beauty. One of your favorites, the Toyota Corolla.
And the fact that when we go into this particular run,
私の初めて自分のお金で買った車がカローラでした。カローラは誰かのストーリーになる車だと思っております。そんな多くの方に愛される車だからこそ、絶対にコモディティと言われるような存在にしたくない。カローラはトヨタのブランドを支えてきた大切なモデルです。私が社長に就任した時に心に決めたことがあります。それこそがカローライズバック。開発陣はレーシングドライバーと共にあらゆる改善に取り組みました。エンジンの出力をアップし、さらなる軽量化を進め、スポーツカーとしての魅力を向上させてまいりました。カローラは時代に合わせてその姿形を変えてきました。どっかでアンダー来ちゃう、ブレーキが効かない。一緒にスポーツするかっていうとまだそんな感じになる。GR ヤリスを最初に運転した時よりももっと安い味がない。1年あるんでしょ、はい、いろんな道で走ってしまって、はいはい、壊すことじゃないの、はい、分かりました。具合を出し切ることじゃない、はい、この1年を。
前に行く力がトラクションがない。
アライメントがおかしいっす。
スポーツカーっていう感じの動きはばっかりする。全然違う。
全然違います。
全然違う。走ってて楽しいですし。
はい。ありがとうございます。はい。
走れこれ。
走るよこれ。めちゃくちゃ走る。
乗ってみたい、ずっと走らせていたい、そしてまた乗ってみたい、そう思える車に近づいたのではないかと思っております。 Enjoy my GR Corolla.
And we're talking about the car just now, that GR Corolla, quite an amazing piece of kit because the four-wheel drive system, that thing smartly distributes the power from front to rear wheels, and you can even go full ham like what we saw in the video just now, 50-50 to really slide it around.
Enjoy my Corolla. That's exactly what we're saying, and I think we will do. I know you love this. When we were given the brief for what the cars were using, you were really up for this. Yes, I want a bit of this.
And apart from that, we also had the GT1 from the individual races just now. That was probably another favorite too. But the Corolla, yes, a really good all-round road car that really has roots in rallying.
Okay, let's focus on the race format for race number 2. Race number 1 is been and gone. The points have been decided. This one is a 25-minute race. There is no qualification. The previous race, top 8 reverse grid. So 8th is on 1st, 7th is on 2nd. Thereafter. So Andika Rama, the winner, he will be on the 4th row of the grid. If you're below 9th, I'm afraid you're in that same position that you finished there. The race length, it's 11 laps of a circuit that I like very, very much. Fuel consumption by 4.
Yes, but that's not the hot topic right now. Look at the right side of the screen, tire wear times 20. That is gonna be a tire shredder if you don't drive within the limits of the car. So you have a minimum of 1 pit stop during the race, but crucially, this is where the tire requirements come in. Medium or hard tires must be used. So it's a mandatory tire, then it can go into the softs or whatever tire they want to use.
And the possibility of a 2-stop strategy, I think, could come in. A reminder, points accumulation, all races. The winner picks up 25 points, second 20, 16, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 15 people score points, but you want to be in double digits. Plus, the fastest lap will pick up a couple of points as well. So that's how the accumulation for all 3 races goes on. There was no points for qualification. No points, obviously, for qualification in the second round. This is the Corolla. This is the one that you were just waxing lyrical about. What specifically do you like about it?
What got me is the all-wheel drive system, the GR4 all-wheel drive system. Again, as I said earlier, the way that it distributes power, it's that kind of gizmo that really makes four-wheel drive cars much crazier to drive, and it gives that satisfaction, isn't it? Because normally when you have four-wheel drive cars, a typical car would just go wide, understeer wide. It wants to go straight. This one, it really does become a driver's car.
It is an inspirational vehicle. It's one that you can enjoy. You can enjoy it either as a race car, or once you get it onto the road as well. There's a lot of power into it. It's a 1.6 litre turbocharged inline engine, and they are going to go around one of the classic circuits, the Nürburgring in Eifel in Germany. It's the long circuit, 5.15 kilometers long, tarmac, 15 turns. Now, light rain is a possibility. Well done, organisers. We love the light rain issue.
And you can see that it's going to happen at some point in the race, but the drivers already kind of knew how to work this out because they have actually strategized when they're going to pit and when they're going to stay out and the tires they have to choose. But crucially though, they don't have to go around the long way around at the Nordschleife. This is the Nürburgring GP circuit, which has become quite famous in its own right, despite being smaller when it was opened in 1984 compared to its northern brethren, but still, nonetheless, a very technical and interesting circuit where anything can happen.
Overtaking opportunities are plenty though, so it's unlike the dirt that we've just seen. There are opportunities for the racers to actually make up some ground, realistically make up some ground, realistically dig into Andika Ramamolana's lead.
Indeed. And if he were to say come a cropper at the very first turn, because that first turn is quite a choke point. It funnels in, it opens wide, but then it funnels in to a very narrow first corner. Exit is also wide because of the runoff, but that point in the center where you want to choose your racing line, Rama might actually get pinched here by drivers from behind if they're getting very desperate.
Plus, because he's in 8th position as well, he is very, very vulnerable, as is Taj Ayman. So that 4th row of the grid, they could find themselves in a bit of a squeeze. That first corner is going to be so important for them.
Absolutely. If they survive that, they can at least now plot what they can do for the rest of the race.
Okay, race number 2, a reminder of how the grid looks. Moreno Pratama on P1 alongside Iqbal Suji. Brilliant P7 for him in race number 1.
Row 2, Chong Kai Chang, he'll be looking to bounce back after that decent first race, and behind him is Russell Reyes.
On row 3, we have got Martin Schwiderek, the pole out of Bangkok. He's alongside Benayo Theo from Indonesia.
In P7, Taj Ayman looking to chip into Andika Ramamolana's lead, who runs up the side here in P8.
On to the 5th row of the grid, Ison, a good P9 for him, but I wish it was higher. He's alongside Luis Moreno. The runner-up last year's got work to do.
And someone who wishes to be higher will be Tanaman Pungpat in P11, along with Patrice Issa, who got really shafted towards the end of race 1.
Have a good performance. Jared Liao, the 15-year-old in P13, alongside Chayapat from Thailand.
And bringing up the rear is Zaim Rashad, who will be looking to avoid getting more penalties in this race.
Okay, it is an 11-lap race, but obviously it's a much longer circuit. So the drivers with Pratama on the rolling start. Again, reminder, there could be rain. There is a guaranteed stop. Everybody starting on the medium compounds to get us up and running.
Yep, no one's going on to the softs because there's no way it can survive. But then again, they can try to tempt fate, and the rain comes early. They're in on the faster compound. It should be quick.
Yeah, they know the rain is coming, but is it soft rain? Is it hard rain? And we will find out shortly. We are underway. Race number 2. Moreno Pratama on pole position. Gets off to a nice smooth start. He takes Iqbal Suji with him onto this important first corner. This is where the squeeze might happen in the middle of the pack. Pratama safely round. Iqbal goes very, very wide, and Iqbal might lose a place there to Kai Chang. Big mistake by Iqbal. He's managed to get it back. Everybody's still on the circuit at the moment, but that first corner nearly did take a calculated gamble there.
Reyes with a dive there on Kai Chang. He budged him out of the way. Kai Chang gained 1 position, lost 2 in a space of just a few corners.
Iqbal Suji in P2, Russell Reyes in P3, showing some real racing experience there. We are on board with Iqbal Suji, the doctor, doing good work at the moment. Behind them, Taj Ayman and Andika Rama. I think a conservative start for them. Let's see if they can carry on that way.
And they stay in the same positions, of course. Taj still in front of Rama is behind there. Reyes, I think, had a bit of another swipe with Kai Chang, with Sviderek joining in the mix as well. That's a 3-way fight coming up now to the parabolic hairpin at the bottom of the entire circuit.
Yeah, Martin Swiderek is trying to make a move on the inside. Russell Reyes is there. Swiderek on the inside. Contact between Swiderek and Kai Chang. Swiderek is able to hold on, and Swiderek, the 29-year-old, takes P4 away from Kai Chang, who's going backwards, but Reyes takes a 1-second penalty, and that could be costly.
Oh, indeed. In fact, with the pack so close together on this first lap, that might be detrimental to the rest of his race. We'll wait and see how much time he loses, because look at that. He's only just 4/10 ahead of Sviderek coming into turn 8 and turn 9 onto the back straight. We're looking to see where that penalty is going to come. I think it might just happen after this because the penalty zone's just about there. And it happens. There we go. Sviderek jumps and Kai Chang gets back to position. No bumping there.
So Swiderek up to P3. Russell Reyes then loses a place to Taj Ayman, who has come through. Andika Rama has a little pop as well. Benayo Theo into P6. Andika Rama round the outside. Andika Rama moves in. Russell Reyes, that is a catastrophe for him.
Oh, Sviderek as well. Would you believe it? The 2 front runners who were trying to budge their way through have got the penalties on this first lap. Well, they really have gone up fighting, but too much.
Andika Rama into P7 ahead of him, Taj Ayman. Benayo Theo went backwards as well. But Russell Reyes, he hit problems. He went backwards, and Ison is trying to take advantage of that. Trying to take advantage of Reyes' problems. The good news, if there is good news about receiving a penalty, it's very early in the race.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that Reyes is still in that pack, so at least he has half a decent chance to get toe-to-toe with some of the fast guys who made their positions work early on.
Swidorek has still got that penalty to serve, but he's got a nice little lead ahead of Kai Chang. So even though it will be a 1 second penalty, he might be able to hold on.
No, I don't think so, because it's about 5/10, and the fact that it's a 1 second penalty, you net lose almost 2. So look at what happened to Russell Reyes. He dropped quite a few positions because of that. So yes, after the first lap, the cars get a little bit spread out because of the fighting, but Swidorek, that 1 second penalty still can be his Achilles heel.
Yeah, and he's got Kai Chang right behind him. I was looking at the wrong message. Look at that, Taj Ayman in P5, Theo in 6. We're on board here with Swidorek. The Thailand flag is there. He's got Kai Chang behind him. Swidorek will try his hardest to make as much space as he possibly can before he has to serve that penalty. Nonetheless, it's been a decent drive so far, but you just can't afford to be overly aggressive.
By speaking overly aggressive, you can hear the tires squeal there. He was trying to flick the car through just so he could actually just get the car settled into the apex. Oh, it runs a bit wide there. That's not what he wanted. Coming up now to the penalty zone. There it is. Kai Chang comes through. Where is Taj going to come through here? Taj may just snatch away 4th position here coming into the chicane.
Swidorek, is he able to hold on? Taj Ayman goes into P4. Swidorek loses 2 places as a result of that penalty and is under pressure from Benayo Theo. Swidorek in P5, Ayman 4, Kai Chang in 3. It's looking good for Malaysia, 2, 3 and 4. This will help in the international rankings.
Yeah, but the Indonesians are not that far behind. Benayo Theo and Andika Rama, who's making a bit of a tepid start this particular instance. He's probably just keeping it safe, out of trouble, so that he could stay with his teammates and stay with the guys up in front. As you can see the weather radar on screen right now. We're zoomed up at the furthest possible distance at 100 kilometers. The wind and the rain are coming very soon. In fact, it has hit the circuit, so light rain is upon us, but I don't think I don't think we're going to the pit stop just yet.
Andika Rama has got ahead of Benayo Theo. Theo wins it back though, so Andika Rama, we were saying it was a little bit tepid, but it's Andika Rama tepid. That means pretty red hot. He's trying to get inside once again. We're on board here with Swidorek. Swidorek is in P5. Taj Ayman is ahead of him in P4. Swidorek needs to be looking behind him because Theo, Rama and Russell Reyes are all in good nick.
Oh yes, absolutely, and these fast guys are close together. Remember we said just now how the dirt race was going to be a very interesting one? Well, this one is even more so because the pace of the field is just that insane. The drivers, they really earn their places in the tournament here.
P8 is Russell Reyes. He's under pressure from the youngster Ison, who is impressed. It's a case of, right, who are we on board here? Andika in P7, Reyes behind him. And Thanapat Pungpat isn't too far away in P10. Fadris Issa, who did so well in last season's competition, come in P3. He's having a tough time.
And Taj has actually overtaken Kai Chang for P3 as well. So out of our sights here, Lays in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, chasing after Moreno Pratama, but the rain, you saw just now, is falling. Oh, sideways action! Who is that going completely sideways, being tapped around? Luckily, the 4-wheel drive helped out. It looks as though it's Kai Chang. Kai Chang was actually nearly punted off the road.
Under pressure, Tai Chang from Theo. Theo goes ahead of Kai Chang into P4. Andika Rama goes there. Kai Chang loses 3 places. Theo, Rama, Swidorek all go past him. Andika Rama makes his way happily. And look at that, Swidorek then goes backwards. As Swidorek is overtaken by Reyes. Whoa, 6 in, well, the space of nothing.
Oh, they touch. Isan got touched, and he was pushed by Pungfat there. They're going into the pits. Some of them are going into the pits. Some of them are staying out. Iqbal is the first to pull the trigger. He's into the pits now. Following him is Kai Chang.
And Swidorek was barged all over the place. That was a bit of a bullying going on there, and Swidorek has stayed out. That might be a decision he comes to regret.
No, he's into the pits.
He's been put into the pits.
So his entrance was compromised big time, and now he is lost in that order coming to the pits. But action is still going on here. Reyes, Isan, and here comes Pungfat onto the inside, coming to turn number 1. That pits a move might just come in handy, and he does. He gets the apex and the line the inside, but Isan hangs it out and gets the inside line the next time by. Would you believe it? As well, behind him, Patrice Issa, he's back for seconds.
Yeah, Patrice Issa has been very competitive today. Russell Reyes 5, Isan 6, Tanapat is in P7 for Thailand. Good racing going on here, and the rain is tumbling down. Everybody's on medium compounds. The guys who've changed, they've gone on to soft compound in the rain.
Oh wow, this will be a turn up for the books, but the soft tires may not wear out as much compared to when they're going onto the dries because the surface is going to be a bit wet. Less wear on the tires here, but we'll wait and see whether or not that is a mistake for them, because look at the weather radar. It had heavy precipitation and the rain was in bucket loads there for a second, and the second wave is coming as well.
Wow, this is a gamble. They knew, I think the guys knew that rain was coming as Tanapat has a look on the back of Isan. Russell Reyes is there, he's on his medium compounds. They must be thinking about perhaps going in to change tyres. One stop or two pit stop strategies possible if you go medium, soft, soft.
This one's definitely a two-stopper now, but on to possibly the wet tires because the rain was pelting the circuit just now. Last year when we had the weather system seen for the first time, it was more of a squall line coming in. Now it's more or less very realistically how the weather storm cells will come into the circuit, and that's what happened right now. The Nürburgring will happen anyway as Pongpan pushes Isan out of the way. They're still going side by side. Reyes makes a beeline for it.
The helicopter missed the action there. There is Teo Andika Rama. He has quietly moved himself up into P4 and Taj Ayman into P2. Gosh, they were 1 and 2 in race number 1, and they've quietly maneuvered themselves into big points once again.
We want to say incognito, but they have been in the thick of the action, and Taj survived that big one as he comes to the pits.
Okay, so Taj Ayman into the pits to the right of your screen. That means Pratama has stayed out. He is the race leader by some 6 seconds, Moreno Pratama.
Yep, and the fact that the rest of the field go through, so Pratama has actually bit the bullet here and decided to go around one more lap in the weather conditions that's getting much worse. And look at the squall line coming in. That's even heavier weather that's for coming.
He must be feeling confident, Pratama. That lead is going upwards, 4.6.4, 6.47. Now it's coming back down again. You can hear the rain splashing down. Benayo Teo and Andika Rama, they've stayed out there. They're on the medium compounds as well. What is the grip like at the Nürburgring? That's the big question now.
Soft tires for almost everybody in the field now. Look at that. Everyone's actually gone averse to the sort of strategy that we're going to be anticipating, because look at that. Mediums and softs. So they got the mandatory tire out of the way. Now they just want to use the fastest tire in much colder conditions where it doesn't wear as much.
So you've got to have the brain on. You've got to mentally be very aware and brave. Double guessing the weather. Theo is in P2. Pratama stayed out. Pratama's lead is up to 6.5 seconds, Amo.
Yeah, and the fact that he actually had a clear line ahead means that he could just, per time and space, he doesn't have to push too much. Whereas Teo and Rama, well, they're tailing each other right now. They're probably on team radio telling to each other not to get it. You can see that Rama's talking to Teo, probably don't push it, just try to get it safely back to the pitch, because look at on the radar now, on the top right of the screen, that is a very vicious squall line.
They are on Discord. We might be able to get some communication. They are talking to each other, but at the moment, it's Indonesia 1, 2, and 3, but none of them have pitted. And look at that, Jaden Liao, the Singaporean, he stayed out as well, and he's not a million miles out of the equation.
Yeah, and in fact, he is actually in the best position now, because if he follows the Indonesians in and go into the wet tires, they will have an advantage, because the other guys on the soft tires have to pit one more time.
That weather radar is a little bit disturbing if you're on the soft compounds at the moment. There's Iqbal Suji, he's back out, 12 seconds adrift. He's the first of the Malaysians. He's got a 5-second lead over Taj Ayman. So it's strategy, it's weather forecasting. That's half the equation now. Iqbal.
Okay, Pratama's coming into the pits. He's the first of the leaders. Well, actually, among this group of Indonesians, 1, 2, 3 right now into the pits. What tires are they on? That'll be interesting. Meanwhile, interesting fight for the behind.
Mediums.
Okay, it's mediums for them, but Reyes, Kai Chang and Sviderek are still continuing on the battle they had from that first round of skirmishes, and they're at it again.
Swiderek has had an awful lot to remember about this race. Remember, he was in P3 at one stage, picked up the penalty, now he's dropped down. We're on board here with Kai Chang. Iqbal Suji, he is on the soft compounds, but he's in second place. Pratama also on the soft compounds. Iqbal Suji is the new race leader. Everyone has taken one pit stop.
Yep, and Pratama looks as though the undercut has worked against him because Iqbal is now taking the lead. And look at the inside. The Indonesian in there. That's Rama side by side with Marcin Swiderek. Kai Chang behind, trying to hand off Enzo Isan. They're going at it again, side by side between 4 different drivers. This is all kicking off at the halfway point.
More contact between Swiderek and Andika Rama. More contact, Andika Rama. Oh, he had to hold on. He nearly lost it. That was experienced Andika Rama to hold on there.
And the car came to his favor there because, again, the 4-wheel drive system, we cannot reiterate enough how that really saved his bacon big time. And he gets away with that one despite Pungfat looking like he was going to harpoon him off the track.
Right down to Luis Moreno in 11. We have got a genuine contest here. Kai Chang down in 10. Isan in 9. Ahead of them, Tanapat Pungpat, Andika Rama 7, Swiderek and Benayo Teo. They are all close by. Russell Reyes in P4. Wow. And the rain still comes down. Kai Chang goes past Luis Moreno. Can he hold on the inside line? He can. There's contact. Moreno can't squeeze it out. Kai Chang takes a place up to P10.
Oh, that was a close one there. Pungfat actually missed probably a gear, slid out a bit, and lets Kai Chang through. This particular battle pack is forming because they're fighting so hard, they're losing track of Rama and the rest.
Everybody out on soft compound tyres, and we're only just over halfway.
Yes, and this is going to get very interesting as well. As he gets up in front, Pratama has gotten back up to the lead. He's taking Iqbal Suji, but for how long is he going to hold that lead? Because Iqbal now comes back at him around the outside, coming up to the Vidal chicane.
The doctor is looking for the right prescription as he just is able to hold on. Pratama is there, the young Indonesian. There's contact. Pratama is edged out but manages to somehow hold on. Iqbal Suji, I think, just put the brakes on there because he knew there would have been a protest. So somehow Pratama holds on, but the pressure as they come under the grandstand at the Nürburgring, the pressure on Pratama is immense.
Oh, absolutely. It's building and building. And the fact that he already had one heart attack moment when the lead was lost from him because he stayed up a couple of laps too long compared to Iqbal. Now he has to be the one doing the defense here, going toe-to-toe with a very canny Malaysian.
Yeah, you can see the spray. It's coming up, but the rain has stopped. But the surface is still dampish. And everyone's on soft compounds. How long can those soft compounds last?
I think it can last for a while because, again, to backtrack on a couple of points, these are sport tires. So if it's a racing tire, yes, you might have problems here. But the soft sports actually can give you a lot of grip, and that's why the sport tires, because they're like road tires, give you a grip even when the rain is really pelting.
Isan will lose at least 2, probably 3 places, possibly even 4 places as a result of that. That's tough on the young Filipino. This is the battle for P1, and Pratama is leading the way. Moreno Pratama, the Indonesian champion, looking to make this a great day for Indonesia. Indonesia 1, 4 and 6 at the moment. Remember, they lead the team championships. There's $8,000 available for the team championship, and Pratama looking to make this a win double for Indonesia.
Yeah, back-to-back and from 2 different drivers as well. So it shows that they got depth in the squad to try and see if anybody can pop a shot for a win. And it looks as though it's working out in spades.
Iqbal Suji right close to him, and Taj Ayman not too far behind either. This is good for Taj Ayman actually, because look at that, Andika Rama. Oh, Andika Rama's up in P5.
Yep, but that will mean Taj mathematically now, based on arithmetic, will be in the lead of the championship. Now he can probably just see what happens between Iqbal and Pratama if both of them were to just go lock horns again.
Pratama leads. Swiderek's got himself up into P4, but he's not in the equation just there. He's 4 seconds down on Taj Ayman. Let's just see what Pratama is able to do as he takes the shortcut over the little chicane there. Pratama under pressure from Iqbal Suji. Iqbal, you can almost hear Iqbal's mind working. Right, where's the best place to look? He's right in the slipstream here. Taj Ayman has been able to close in. Taj, less than a second, 8/10 down on Pratama.
Yeah, the doctor has come to the operating theatre and he's ready to pick apart what the defense of Pratama is going to be. Starting with right now with turn 1, if Pratama is going to blink, no, he's definitely way more experienced than that to fall for any sort of tricks. Even a small dink on the inside is not enough to face him. At this point, I think Iqbal might just try to do a bit offbeat by going to do some different lines, or just wait until Moreno just blinks the wrong way.
Iqbal Sushi, that is pressure on Pratama. Pratama, to his credit, isn't showing any nerves, and Taj Ayman is just ready in case there is a problem. We're on that 8 of 11 at the moment.
Yeah, a quarter race gone. Now we're just coming into the final 4 laps here. Where is Pratama gonna crack here, or where is Iqbal gonna lose the result? Because Pratama right now, his defense has been almost staunch-like, because he didn't have to do much. He just puts the car in the middle of the road, and Iqbal has no way through just yet. But you'll never know what's going to happen here when so much is at stake. Coming up now to turn number 8, that long hairpin. Where is Pratama gonna try to defend? And in fact, it may be Iqbal's turn to do defending, because there's Taj.
Now I'm wondering, does Iqbal say, okay, team orders here, without making it too obvious, Taj has got a chance of the individual title. Does that come into the thinking here of Iqbal Suji?
And it looks like as though it has actually. And in fact, Pratama is getting a warning. Well, lucky it's not a penalty.
It's a warning only, yes.
A first warning here, but it might just be the first of a couple, since Taj now is the one right behind him.
Taj Ayman now in P2, Andika Rama down in P5. This is looking very, very nice for the Malaysian. We haven't had the Malaysian winner of the GT Cup Asia before. Maybe this is the year. We've had a Singaporean, we've had a Thai, we've had an Indonesian. Taj Ayman in P2, but real credit to Mourinho Pratama. 20-year-old has been under pressure but hasn't buckled, and those clouds are clearing.
Yep, in fact they're moving away from the skating circuit and now making their way up to Spa-Francorchamps as we speak, because Spa's only about 100 kilometers away from here anyway. But even enough of that, we need to look back and race here. It looks as though Taj has the better fuel number on him and just slightly more tires, but looks as though it's got to be between his team.
Lap 9 of 11. Pratama again is nice and tight, nice and controlled, nice and disciplined. Behind them you can see there's a little bit of tension on the face of Taj Ayman, top of the screen. Iqbal Suji looking nice and relaxed. But Taj Ayman in P2. Now, does he hold on to P2? Do you think bigger game here? Let's not risk anything.
True. That is actually a very good point here, Des, because again, if he's very circumspect, he would love to keep that position because he's in such a strong place right now. But the awards are there as well. He could get a full load of points and increase the gap in front of Rama if he takes the win.
Still Pratama leads. Pratama's been leading since about the, since the changes. The difference is just half a second. But Taj Ayman being careful. Andika Rama's got himself up into P5. That's Marcin Swiderek, who'd love to get some points here with the Bangkok-based pole. Andika Rama has a look around the outside. Swiderek says, okay, if you're going to go past me, you're going to have to work hard for it. Nice train track from Swiderek. Andika Rama follows him. Behind them, Russell Reyes, who's had a fine race, and Benayo Theo. They are in 6 and 7, not a million miles away. Swiderek feels the pressure. Bottom right of your screen.
Yep, but it looks as though he's not fazed by it. He is actually defending. His eyes are being a bit shifty right now, looking and trying to scan the circuit. Where is Rama in relation to him? He probably has the radar on for good measure. And a bit of contact between the Indonesian and the Thai pole. Now they're going onto the back straight. Looks as though that was a better run by Rama. This is all on the line. This is for him to minimize the damage if Taj were to win this race.
Swiderek defends. Andika Rama makes another move. Swiderek closes him off. They'll come into this next corner. It's a left-hander. Clever from Swiderek. Just closes the gate. Andika Rama is trying everything he knows. Again, a change of line by Andika Rama. He is giving it his absolute all, but Russell Reyes is coming in behind them. Contact. A little touch from Rama onto the back of Swiderek. Reyes is there.
Oh, look at that. He's been pushed onto the wet line here. Dry line's forming. That goes to show that the weather has changed completely. But Swiderek is fighting real hard here against Rama, much to his chagrin.
Rama looks on the outside. Rama has made so many moves. Again, Swiderek is disciplined, holds his line. More contact. The Russell Reyes comes through on Andika Rama. This time Rama has to defend. Russell Reyes has got Theo pressing him as well. This is a 4-4 car race. Fabulous. Reyes goes past Andika Rama.
And this is looking good for Taj because Rama is losing one more position. Now Benayo Theo probably has to play the team game in order to prevent any more damage to Rama's chances of taking back-to-back titles here.
I'm not sure anyone's stopping Areo. That though, as Swiderek looks in. Andika Rama, I tell you what, he's been all over the circle looking for ways to get past Swiderek. and he's not focused on what's been going on behind him.
Oh! And there's a touch! Rama actually waxed into the back of Reyes. Reyes almost out of control, but again, the four-wheel drive system comes in handy. Now they're going side by side, coming out to turn 8. Rama has the inside. Reyes pushes him onto the hard shoulder, and Reyes, by hook and by crook, defends P5 away. Rama will now be more frustrated. Then Kai Chang joins in the battle.
Chong Kai Chang into P7. He takes on Benayo Teo. I tell you what, you've got to look backwards as well as forwards in this little group, because you're working so hard on the man in front of you. You leave a gap and somebody takes your place. That's what happened with Kai Chang on Benayo Teo.
Yep, and for Teo, he was meant to be the big gunner for Rama, but he got outgunned there by Kai Chang. Really canny driving from him. He probably learned a thing or two from the earlier skirmishes. Now he has to defend it. Teo goes on the inside. That's not a conventional overtaking spot. He gets him.
Teo takes P7 back from Kai Chang. Fadris Issa comes into the equation. Again, the Singaporeans leaving things just a little bit late. Kai Chang has a look on the inside. Benayo Teo. Has Benayo Teo got it? Kai Chang on the inside. Kai Chang retakes. Fadris Issa is then there, and Fadris Issa goes past Kai Chang, 3 abreast as they come down. Kai Chang loses a place to Theo and to Fadris Issa.
And Fadris doing the exact same thing what he did in the first race by gaining 2 positions in one go. What a canny drive again. But will it be enough to actually gain some points for Singapore? Remains to be seen. 3 drivers, nose to tail, coming across the line into turn number 1. This is going to end in tears if someone gets it completely wrong into the first turn here. Benayo Teo in the middle of that particular sandwich, side by side with Fadris. He's going to get the inside line coming to turn number 2. He's going to get it back at him.
So Benayo Teo just holds off Fadris Issa. Kai Chang is making a big move as well. Kai Chang in the yellow and black. Look at this, Benayo Teo. He's the 28-year-old Indonesian. He's up against Fadris Issa. Fadris, can Fadris hold on? Fadris Issa, terrific work ahead of Teo. Goes a little bit wide, but is able to hold on. Beyond them, Luis Moreno's coming into play as well.
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful shot. That spider cam really catches how intense the racing is. 5 cars in this particular battle group, led by Fadris Issa, all the way back to Tanaman Pungfat. There's Moreno going the inside. Moreno takes the position away from Pungfat, but Pungfat cuts back across and takes the position away as well. That already releases Issa and Teo away from that particular gaggle.
Some great racing, and this is for P7, 8, 9 and 10. Fadris Issa against Teo, a little nudge in the back from Teo. Pungpat is holding off Kai Chang and Luis Moreno. That is the battle for P7. Ahead of them, Russell Reyes has got ahead of Andika Rama. Reyes ahead of Rama. That could have implications on the championship.
But it's position swap again, because through the Schumacher S's, there's Reyes up in front of Rama. So these guys are going at it. They do not want to lay back. The gloves are off. Everybody is now going for broke.
Reyes from Philippines. Kai Chang picks up a 1-second penalty. That's down in P10. Here's Reyes. Rama needs the points. Rama could use the extra point for P5 ahead of P6.
Yeah, but he has only 1 overtaking spot left, and that's the chicane. He goes around the outside. Reyes goes to the middle. We will see, based on the timing screen, what happens to that one. But Pratama with a dominant victory.
Pratama for Indonesia comes and takes the victory. Pratama has the victory. Taj Aiman will pick up good points for P2 in the championship. Iqbal Suji, a great day for Malaysia, but Pratama takes the victory. Behind them, Swiderek, Reyes and Dika Rama in P6.
I wish we got to see how that happened just now between the side-by-side action of Reyes and Rama, but Rama would be bitterly disappointed with that result. That was a frustrating race for him.
Wow. Well done, Taj Aiman. Well done. I mean, we didn't really look at Moreno Pratama an awful lot, because what was going on in the middle pack once again was fabulous to watch. So much dueling, and the rain. I love it when they bring the rain in on these games.
And for 2 consecutive races, it was slow burners. It was like, okay, frantic at the start, then a bit of a lull when it comes to the pit stops, and just like the first race, it just went on. But then towards the end, it just picks up again. The madness continued for laps.
Okay, the in-game results. There may well be protests. There was a little bit of contact a couple of times. So the in-game result, these are unofficial results at the moment. How it stands, Pratama takes the victory. No doubt about that. Taj Aiman and Iqbal Suji, I don't think 1, 2 or 3 is in any doubt whatsoever. But Swiderek was involved in a couple of moments. Russell Reyes certainly was. And Dika Rama will desperately want to try to get some positions back up. Fadris Issa, another excellent performance by the Singaporean. And Benayo Teo having been in P3 at one stage, must be frustrated to finish in P8.
Yeah, man, Fatra is really hard carrying Singapore outside of the top 8 there. Hong Fight, again, a slight disappointment. He's outside of it and he's just getting fringe points at this point. In front of Moreno, well, his chances of going up to the top 2 are getting very slimmer by each race.
Yeah, that's tough. Jaden Liao, good performance by him. Ison and again Rashad is finding the company just a little bit too tough to deal with. But I tell you what, your favourite car, the Corolla, it has got a couple of people out of real problems on that circuit. Particularly Andika Rama, because he was sideways at one stage, the four-wheel drive kicked in and he got back into facing the front.
Yeah, well, we were trying to say that he has a target on his back. We didn't mean literally that he was being targeted on race, but no, that definitely is not the case. But it's just that when he starts in P8 there, his workload was increased exponentially to the point that when the weather changed, he's in that pack where those drivers who are desperate to get points were also trying to fight him. So nobody is actually giving him an easy ride. It was definitely part of the plan. But conversely, Taj was actually getting more of an easier ride because he got better luck in that fight.
And Iqbal Suji, I think, helped him with team orders possibly coming into play. He didn't exactly make it easy, but Iqbal had P2. Suddenly Taj was there, so I think there was a little bit of a friendly Malaysian work going on there, which is good news for Taj Ayman because I reckon that puts him into the top of the championship standings. Not so good for the defending champion Andika Rama. Okay, I think we've got a little bit of activity on the stage where, once again, Victoria has got one or two interviews to throw away, reactions to the race we've just seen from the Nürburgring.
Well, I am with Moreno Pratama right now. Moreno, your teammates from Indonesia have said really good things about you. How does it feel to finally be here this year?
I'm really happy to be here because this is also my first time joining the GT Cup Asia level. Yeah, really happy.
Are you satisfied with your race performance on track 2?
On track 2, yeah, I'm really happy with the result. Yeah, and also the Taj Ayman really fast trying to catching up with me, but I try to stay consistent with my pace and yeah. Final.
How do you stay calm in these moments?
Just focus with the race and just stay calm.
Was there a game-changing moment on round 2? A moment that you knew that your fate was changed in that race?
I just feel a bit hard after the rain comes, yeah, because I need to adapt the tires. Like that.
Yeah, so some quick thinking there. Well, congratulations, Moreno, and thank you. All right, well, we have 2 more interviews here. There's someone I know a couple of us want to hear from. We have our Polish racer representing Thailand, and we definitely want to hear from him. Hello, Marcin.
Hi, Victoria.
Am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Was there any pressure coming into this event, or you're feeling pretty confident?
The pressure came predominantly from the format because the 5-minute qualifying session basically determines your whole event.
Now, is there something you can share about yourself to those of you, for those of us who are seeing you for the very first time? Maybe how you got into the situation as a top 5 contender?
Oh, so basically I decided to change something in my life, moved to Thailand, and Southeast Asia is a great developing region from the taking into consideration the whole world. So that's how I came here, and I'm on the GT scene from 2018, starting from the GT Sport. I've done some competitions and now trying my best here.
Great. Well, is there a shout out to anyone who's helped you or inspired you for this event?
Oh yeah, actually, like 2 years ago, I was at the esports event and there was an organizer. I had some not really healthy lifestyle back then, and so when I ate like pizzas, pastas, taking everything like this during the event, I saw him eating the salad, and then he started to work out. He lost some weight, so I took from him and tried to prepare myself for this event this way. And yeah, now I'm with a totally different mindset.
Well, thank you so much, Marcin Switerek, everyone. Well, I think this is a really important factor for a lot of our racers, our drivers for today. Of course, is the support that they may be getting from home, inspiration, a coach, another driver. And I think that's always really interesting to listen to. All right, we've got Russell over here. I'm just gonna position myself over here. Hey, Russell, how are you feeling? This is, your second year back with us at the physical event.
I'm very ecstatic. It's so much excitement, but yeah, gotta take it seriously. So I'm just trying to keep calm.
Have you changed anything from last year coming into this year? Maybe things to improve your game or a mental shift in how you're approaching this?
I think my main change was I focused more on the strategies, and I think it's now helping me out more. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get the right pace, but it's really hard with this competition. It's top notch.
Yeah, the competition, I think, has gotten even higher this year. Are there any challenges you foresee, if any, going into the final circuit?
Yeah, I think I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling like I can get a great position, hopefully. But yeah, I'm just excited to get the show on the road.
Well, and last question, is there a shout out to anyone who's helped you or inspired you for this event today?
I would like to give a shout out to my family first of all, and Toyota Team Philippines for flying us out here and getting us here to compete. And yeah, I'm just very happy. Also, thank you to my special someone, for supporting me out. And yeah.
All right. Shout out to the special someone too and the family. Thank you so much, Russell. Whoa, I'd love to hear it. All right. Well, we are going to have a video introducing Team Singapore and Team Philippines. So let's have a watch there. And guys, don't go away.
Hi, my name is Patrice.
My name is Zaim.
Hi, my name is Jaden, and I'm representing Singapore.
I've been sim racing since the start of Circuit Breaker when we all had nothing to do, and I simply took it up as a hobby.
I've been sim racing for about 4 years. I got into it because I've always had a love for cars since I was young.
My favorite track from GT7 would be Eiger Notwen. It brings back a lot of memories from Gran Turismo 5 Prologue when me and my brother used to play on it, split screen and on our PS3.
My favorite track would be the Tsukuba circuit. I love watching all the YouTube videos such as Best Motoring since I was a kid.
It'd have to be Grand Valley. I love the elevation changes and the way it challenges your braking ability, and I love the scenery too.
Personally, for me, I would spend about 2 or 3 hours on the rig, just familiarizing myself with the new physics.
I practice for about 1 hour a day.
I spent about 2.5 hours training each day, but on the last day before the race, I practiced for about 10 hours. As soon as my dad bought a sim rig, I just kept driving until I got fast.
Hi, I'm Luis Moreno.
Hi, my name is Enzo Ison.
I'm Russell Reyes, and I'm racing for the Philippines. For me, sim racing is no longer just a game. It's a tool for not just sim racers to hone our skills in the virtual environment, but also for anyone, gamer, car enthusiast, to improve their skills, to practice their skills, to develop the fundamentals of driving a car for the real world.
For me, sim racing is not just a game. It can be your hobby, it can be a career, it can be for
fun can be serious. For me, sim racing started my career, so sim racing is a big deal for me.
I have a day job and I don't really have that much time to practice these days, but I still try my best to do at least 3 hours or maybe even 200 laps in a week.
I train at least 7 hours a week or more because I always try to practice at least 1 hour a day.
I train about 50 hours a week on average. I think the biggest challenge will be all the other competitors because looking at the sport mode rankings and other national finals from other countries, the field this year is going to be very, very tough.
For me, my biggest challenge will be myself because I have to prepare myself for the high level of competition in Malaysia.
The biggest challenge for me, I think, would be staying on top of my nerves and keeping the pressure out. Hopefully this time, with my added practice and my more intensive sessions with my teammates, I could be more streamlined to not make any mistakes.
I hope to achieve at least second place or the championship in this year's TGR GT Cup Asia Finals and have another shot at qualifying for World Finals later this year.
I'm hoping that I can get a top 2 finish so I can represent Southeast Asia in the global finals.
I hope to be in the top 2 to be able to represent Asia, and also for the Philippines to be in the podium.
Hello. Well, now I'm sitting in the audience with Enzo Ison's whole family. And of course, Auntie, Mrs. Ison, Enzo's mom. Can you introduce who's here with us?
Yes, first of all, I would like to greet all the racers and all guests. A pleasant good evening to all of you.
Good evening. Are these the little siblings?
Yes, actually, we were here to give the full support for our eldest son, Enzo Ison.
Well, he's the eldest son. Oh, a lot of support from Team Philippines over there. But he's also the youngest here at this event. Was he nervous? Was he excited when he was coming over to KL?
Yeah, actually, I feel that he's nervous and especially the family and relatives that are supporting him every day. And I know all the families and relatives and friends of Enzo, whatever will be the results of this event, they are always proud of him.
Oh, that's very sweet. So if he was a little nervous coming in, was there any pre-race ritual that you guys did to help him calm down? You know, a special meal maybe, or a song, or anything special?
Maybe his dad can.
Oh, we're gonna put Dad on the spot. Hey.
We just let him sleep all day because he loves sleeping.
Oh, he loves sleeping. Okay, well, I think a good night's sleep is really important. How did you feel when you first found out that Enzo qualified for this event?
At first, of course, I'm very proud. He's been working for it since when he started sim racing. It's really his dream to be here.
That's fantastic. Well, how about the little siblings? Do you guys have a message for brother Enzo? Say hi. Say hi. Do you guys actually, Mom and Dad, have a message for Enzo? Because I'm pretty sure he can hear us right now.
Just enjoy the game, Kuya. We love you and we are always here for you.
And Papa Enzo?
Enzo, kaya mo yan. Huwag kang kakabahan.
Don't be nervous, Kuya. You can do it.
Yeah! Don't be nervous. Everyone, big round of applause for Enzo's family here. All right. Well, it's always nice to see family support the racers today. And I have another special interview. You guys might recognize him from last year. I'm going to have a seat next to Dinesh Wigneswaran. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. No one ever asked me that. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Not bad.
actually. Yeah.
You got to do a bit of the exhibition race yesterday. How did that go?
Yeah, actually today when yeah, I mean it went all right. Got a decent qualifying and then just a decent race. Just trying to keep it consistent, hold the lead, and yeah, we won the race in the end as a team.
All right. So you got to see the race format this year. Obviously, you got to race last year. How do you think it compares from then till now?
I think this is more difficult than last year because you have the rally race, which is very technical, and then the second race, which is the Morizo with a lot of weather. And it's also quite technical because it's a road car, you're driving the wet, so that's also pretty hard. And compared to last year when we had mostly just pretty much a group 4 and obviously we had the Morizo again, but full dry conditions, and then we had the GR10 at Spa. Actually, in hindsight, it looks easier compared to this year, but the thing is, like, we got the combos like a day before the race last year, so the preparation time was much less compared to this year, where my all the competitors got the combos earlier, so they got more practice time. So I can see like a lot of preparation has gone into it, and the pace and the racing is quite close compared to last year.
And I think a lot of people are also remarking how competitive it's getting this year. We're seeing a lot of new faces. Now we have two of the youngest drivers, 14, 15 years old, Enzo and Jaden. Jaden from Singapore. And then we have the old dogs, like Andika. People are 30 and above. And we were having a bit of a debate last night. Do you think the new generation has more of an advantage, or the older veterans have more of an advantage because of their experience?
I think it's a bit of both. Like a lot of the younger guys, not just today here, like around the world, like all the young drivers playing GT, a lot of them are actually quite fast now. So they have the raw talent. They can pick up things quickly. So their learning span is like quite high. So they can pick up things quickly and get up the pace really fast. But the older guys, they also have the upper hand on experience. They have the experience. They know what to do if something goes wrong in the race, and also if the race gets a bit too tough, they know what to do. So it's a bit of both. Like it's raw speed versus experience and being calm in tough situations in a race.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. The youngins, they have these amazing reaction times, but there's something about experienced drivers who know how to keep that mental calm in really tense situations. Do you have something that you do that keeps you calm, keeps you cool?
I just breathe, that's all. I mean, I just take time to, focus on myself first before the race. Just try and visualize, like, okay, I know all the strategies I planned out to do. Like, okay, like if I'm starting here, I'm going to do this strategy, and then once I just stick to it, I just drive. Yeah.
And I do have to ask your opinion. Who do you think who's kind of surprised you today? Any dark horses in this race?
Well, in my opinion, I think my fellow compatriots, Taj Laiman, my teammate from last year, and obviously Iqbal and Kai Chang, they have really stepped it up this year. So I'm very happy for them. They have really stepped it up this year, and seeing Taj, in the championship, and he might actually qualify this year. So I'm actually quite happy. Yeah.
And who do you have it for winning it all?
Taj, obviously.
Any words of encouragement that you want to send off to them? Because I think they can hear you.
Yes, they can hear me. I just tell them to give it everything, cause disaster race. They're driving the GR10 in Fuji. It's a really technical combo. So I just told them I gave them some advice earlier on the strategy. Since they have their torn between on the strategy, so I just told them to just go all out on the strategy. I'm not going to reveal what I told them because it's a secret. I think they already know what I advised them. So I just want to say out right now is just give it everything.
Well, that's sound advice. Thank you so much, Nish, Wignesmar, and everyone. Well, hello, Ethan Lowe. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Ethan Lowe. I'm from Malaysia and I'm 14 years old.
14 years old, and you just won something earlier today.
Yes, I represented my team GSR for the esports team race, and luckily we got third place on the championship.
Hey, and who do you have winning it all today?
Of course, my fellow friends Taj and the Malaysians. I really hope the best for them and keep up the good work. Sorry.
Hey, keep up the good work. Who do you think is going to give them the most challenge today on the track, especially going into this final circuit?
I think Andika would be a really strong player. I think most of the drivers are pretty quick in Fuji. Just be careful on the exits of the corners because there's a lot of long straights and fast corners. So if you really can't get a good line out of it, you will lose a lot of time.
Advice, everyone, from the youngins. And will we be seeing you one of these days here next year?
Probably not because they are really quick and I can't really chase them. So, but I will be coming to the TGR for Malaysia.
Hey, well, I hope to see you there, Ethan Lowe. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for your time. We needed to let our drivers have a bit of a break. We are gonna go to a quick video on Team Thailand. Thanks, guys.
สวัสดีครับ My name is Marcin Shiderek.
Hello, my name is Thanapat Phuongpat.
My name is Chayapat Lipgongkoson. I am racing for Thailand.
This is my first time competing in GT Cup Asia. I feel so excited. This is a great challenge to compete against the best drivers in this part of Asia, and I cannot wait to show what I can do. Gran Turismo is not only the game, it's something that has changed my life. It opened plenty of possibilities for me to compete both in virtual world of motorsport and also in the real motorsport.
It's same racing in real life, but no G-forces.
I would love to try the GR Supra GT3 at my favorite track, Nürburgring Nordschleife, with my real car on.
I want to race in Supra GT4 in Nürburgring GP.
I think challenge this year, my opponent about other country, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, they have many tough competitors. But I think the most is myself.
The biggest challenges in the live events are obviously adaptation and mental strength. I will try to do my best to prepare for the event so nothing can surprise us as a team.
I want to meet more friends, and my achievement this year is to be better than last year.
This year I hopeful to win this race.
My only target is to win the tournament together with Team Thailand.
So it's really good to get a little bit of the background about the racers. One of the things of sim racing, very often from our point of view, you guys are all remote. It's fabulous to actually have you here, to see what the families are talking about, to see the support that you're getting, to hear firsthand how much practice is going in, and also to see the next emerging group. I can tell you that we've got a live stream going on Facebook and a couple of comments and questions coming in on Facebook, and one of the ones that came through, and I'll ask Amo to put the answer, came from Nazmia, who says, other than practicing in sim racing, what else do drivers do to prep for events like this?
Well, it's definitely the mental preparation, because it's imperative that you go into a competition with a clear mind, without any distractions coming into it, because you have to keep it sharp, like actual real-life athletes, where you need to keep your hand in the game. If it's out of it, you're definitely going to be out of your game. So I think the best page to take out of this is Jan Mardenborough, because if anyone watched last year's Gran Turismo movie, he was a sim racer turned real racer. What he does is actually really interesting. He does in real life too, it's not just movie thing. He listens to music, and in particular Kenny G's Songbird, just like some of the question that was answered just now, asked just now if he had anything to relax. And I think Vic asked Enzo's family just now what music he listened to. That's a good segue to what we were actually hoping that question was being asked. So the Kenny G Songbird gets him relaxed, and it has actually paid dividends for him. He won GT Academy all the way back in 2011, had a real racing career that spanned over a decade, and he has traveled to many countries around the world, raced in multiple disciplines, and still is ongoing to this day. He even drove as himself in stunt scenes in the movie, so really has come full circle in that regard. So that's the mental prep. That's how it really is important.
One of the reasons Amo gets this job, he's such an anorak. He remembers every little detail. It's fantastic. Great knowledge again behind the scenes. One of the reasons we're waiting is there's a lot of protests have come in on the race that we've just been witnessing. There was a lot of touching, there was a lot of little back contact. Not so much involving the front three, but further down. And because the prize is so important, not only the cash, but the opportunity to make it to the grand finals, I can understand that there were protests in there. Was there anything that you saw in particular where you think somebody might get a leg up? Andika Rama, I'm thinking particularly.
Well, I think he's very miffed right now because he got so much contact in that particular race. I think, well, it's not him getting the bulk of the protest, but definitely quite a lot of them might have come from those who were really punted out of the way, like Rama. And of course, we saw Kai Chang nearly going completely sideways when he got hit in that little pincer move coming out to turn number 10 when 3 cars were going into that. So really a lot of action happened in those early skirmishes and towards the end as well.
But wasn't that as a result of the rain? I mean, I love it when there's rain there. I love the contact. I love the problems it gives to the racers. You know that because it adds to the entertainment. But weren't some of those just racing contacts? Maybe one or two of these challenges a little bit spurious?
I don't think it's weather related, if I'm honest, because the rain is the same for everybody. So a lot of the action that happens is definitely because it was a racing thing. Because the drivers are going, they know that the weather's coming, they want to get into the pits quickly. Like what happened to Marcin, he actually literally got shafted out completely when he went to the pits. He unfortunately pulled out the short straw.
Okay. As we wait for the official results to come in, let's have a look at the best of the highlights from the race that we have just seen from the Nürburgring. And it started, remember it was a reverse grid start, so the 1 to 8 was reversed from race number 1. That meant that in pole position we had Moreno Pratama. Pratama would actually be there right at the very end, but there was a lot of pressure early on. Kai Chang got inside Taj Ayman, and Swiderek was also really heavily involved. Pratama was away. Pratama did really well to get out of all of this pressure, but behind him, look at what was going on. 6 trying to get through the chicane at the same time. Whoa. This is where the contact may well have been taking place.
And you can see who got shafted out the most there. That was Swiderek. He tried to go to the pits, but he got blocked completely. But it looks as though it didn't really impact his race because he held off Rama towards the end of the race. Then, after the pit stop cycle, this was the battle up in front. We saw Moreno Pratama having to soak a lot of pressure from Iqbal Suji before Iqbal saw that his teammate and fellow countryman right behind just had to give away the position for his championship.
Yeah, we saw there, that was where Taj Ayman was allowed in through. Behind that, again, immense amount of contact going on. You can see the crowd is there, the cloud is there. There was a little bit of rain. This is where Tio is being barged out, and Dikarama not really involved there. Fadris Issa once again left things very late until the final lap before he made his charge.
Yeah, I think he really loves to play the game of chicken, to just play it as late as possible. But that is consolation for him compared to what Pratama had to do up in front. He pulled away from Taj and never looked back.
I don't think any of the problems are going to be surrounding Taj or the winner, Pratama, or Iqbal Suji. I think the real problems are going to come further down the line. And again, we're still waiting the official results. There must be a lot of protests going in. The etiquette is that at the end of the race, you're allowed 15 minutes to get a protest in, and then race control are being swamped.
Well, I think they're now, well, in real life, you'll submit a protest through a paperwork, or you can just, use Discord nowadays, because some championships use Discord in real life. And the piles of text that come in when it comes to these kind of things, I've seen it before myself when some races had really huge amounts of protests. It becomes quite swamped, actually, to just go through and pick out which penalty to dish out and whether or not it was actually a just penalty.
We can't start race number 3 because the grid for race number 3 depends upon the positions of the overall championship standings at the end of race number 2. So all the protests, to be fair to the drivers, because there's a lot of money at stake, there's a lot of pride at stake as well. We've got 5 nations and there's $8,000 up for winning the national contest. So to be fair to the drivers, I think race control have really got to take their time.
Yeah, and I don't envy the job of the race control to sift through every single
Alex, he loves it, Alex Young.
Yeah, but the crucial point is that it has to be just because again, it affects the championship in the long run. And now we're going to get the standing in.
We've just heard that the results are in. All the protests have been done. And what we can do, so these are the official race results. And Moreno holds on to P1. Taj Ayman holds on to P2. Iqbal Suji. Swiderek, 13 points for him, so he holds on to 4, and Russell Reyes, but there is a penalty imposed on them, but it hasn't impacted the position they finished in the race. So Andika Rama only picks up 10 points for P6, and that could have a big sway on the championship. But now Teo in 7, and Tanapa Pungpat, who was punching his way through, he gets 8 points for P8.
Yep, and the other finishers, Fatres, again, despite getting a penalty, he does pull his weight up for Singapore in P9. Moreno disappointingly in 10, and it looks as though his window of opportunity to get up to a higher percentage championship might be slimming.
Okay, Enzo's family, sorry. Your kid got a penalty and only 2 points there. Hopefully he can perform an awful lot better in the third and final race. What it means in the overall championship standings is, drumroll, Taj Ayman has a 3-point lead over Andika Rama, and Moreno Pratama is right in there. So 2 Indonesians. Don't count out Marcin Swiderek either. If he gets a victory, he can get into the top 2. Winning it might be difficult. Benayo Teo's in with a chance. Iqbal Suji's in with a chance. Might be too much for Russell Reyes, but he could be a spoiler in there. Chong Kai Chang in P8 at the moment. But Taj, 3 points later of Andika, 2 points later of Moreno Pratama.
Imagine that, 5 points separating the top 3 coming into the final round. All gloves will be off. Meanwhile, outside of that top 8, Pung Fight, who had an indifferent couple of races, he's leading the rest of the rest. Moreno, well, there you go. There's his chance gone for this year. He's P10. Fatres, Enzo, Jaden Liao, Chayapat, and Zaim Rashad round out every single driver that has competed so far.
Okay, right then. That's the overall individual standings. Country standings. Indonesia were leading. Indonesia still leading by 17 points over Malaysia. A reminder, there's $8,000 available for the team that tops the pile. 4,500 for second place, so it's looking good for Indonesia at the moment, but there is the third and final race to go. Thailand in third with 44 points, and Philippines, there's good many available for P3 as well. So Philippines are still in that battle against Thailand. Singapore struggling. They'll be hoping to improve individually and as a team to get more than 20 points with one more race to go.
Well, that's game on, isn't it? All to play for in both championships coming into the final race. So it's crucial now that, and it's fitting as well, Fuji is the title decider. We know, based on history of motorsports, Fuji has been the site of many title challenges, and some have fallen, some have come up to the highest echelons.
Okay, a reminder though that we've got the third race to come. Before we go that, Toyota have got their hands everywhere in the motorsports world, including the World Endurance Championships.
Fuji Speedway is famous for the compromise between the long straight, the fast corners and the last sector. The last sector is, in my opinion, the most technical sector there is on any circuit in the world. And we can see every team is going through the same process of struggling between oversteer and understeer. So it will be extremely important to digest today's data, to go into tomorrow's qualifying with a good setup, to get one lap out of it. But of course, 6 hour here on Sunday, this is where the main points are, and we are focusing on our race setup.
The 6 hours of Fuji is part of the World Endurance Championship. One more round to go in the Endurance Championship. That's in Bahrain later this month. The Toyota team are second in the standings at the moment, but with a realistic chance of taking the title. So good luck to the boys there. So that is, again, part of what they do. Toyota have got this whole galaxy. There's real racing, there's community racing, and there's the e-motorsports as well that they're heavily involved in. It's all part of the big Toyota scheme of being involved in the community.
Yeah, that's a big umbrella that they have here to put everything together, and really does show the commitment to anything four wheels. And their development as well, other than that, is hydrogen with the H2 project that they have at Le Mans as well. So they're looking not just in the present timeline, but also the future.
Okay, right, let's turn our focus though to this particular championship. It's the 5th edition of the GT Cup Asia 2024. And what we're going to do is just talk you through the race format. It's a 35-minute final race. The qualification based upon the championship positions. So the graphic that we just showed you, that is the order that they will go out in. 35 minutes, 23 laps of the circuit, fuel consumption by 2.
Yep, and again, it's a tire race, so the drivers who are thinking that soft tire may not actually work, they will try to go alternate by going on to the mediums or the hards and the first stage. Or if you're up in front, you try to do the softs and did what Danish actually did outside of the cameras during the Esports Asia Trophy race, was to pull away while you're up in front.
Okay, the tyre wear times 4 we mentioned, likely to be two pit stops, I suspect, but we'll see what happens there. I'm wondering if there's any rain. I didn't see that. Okay, for this, remember, we've only got 3 points separating P1 and P2 at the moment, 5 points separating P1 and P3. All races, 25 points for the win. So, if our championship leader, Taj, picks up 25 points, he cannot be caught. If he picks up 20, then he can be caught. All right, 16 down to 1 point for 15th, plus 2 points for the fastest lap. So the fastest lap might decide the championship. That's the points accumulation. How about the car? And I know you love the G10 Hybrid.
Oh yes, just like the GT1 TS20 that we had in the Esports Asia Trophy race, this one is also a really, really nice car to drive. A Le Mans Hypercar, the GR10 Hybrid 2021, 670 horsepower, maximum torque 670 Newton meters, but the engine is very smart. Turbocharged V6 hybrid, so try to put all 4 wheels moving together with your right foot. You really have to be very careful, but it really is a driver's car, and I'm glad that we're using it for the final because it is the apex of the concept in motorsports that Toyota Gazoo Racing have been going for the last decade or so. They've been in the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, there's a lot that's very impressive. It's pretty inspirational to see this, but a lot of power as well. 3.5 litres, beautifully engineered work from Toyota. Okay, that's the car. As for the track, well, it's one of our favorites. It's the Fuji International Speedway, the iconic long straight at the end. It's very, very gradient. You've got a beautiful hairpin turn number 6, and then the technical part 10 through 16. It's the favorite track of many of you e-motorsports racers.
Oh, absolutely, Des. And the fact that the dramatic backdrop with Mount Fuji in the background and some rain coming in, it makes you feel like you are definitely going into the final arc of a movie where you need to fight it out and try to win against all comers. And the good news is, rain is coming on this. It is definitely what you're looking for, Des.
Absolutely. I love it when the rain is there because it really tests the drivers, really tests their skills. Looking forward to this one immensely. A reminder, we've got a three-way, a genuine three-way battle for the title, which is an $8,000 first prize. The top 2 racers make it through to the World Finals, which is fabulous for us. And of course, Indonesia and Andika did pretty well in the World Finals last year as well.
Absolutely, he really put it up there in the top 5. Now, he will try to do it all over again. Remember 22, he actually came close there, but he got disconnected. 23, he won in Asia, went to do with a vengeance over there. Now 24, he's looking to make it a 2-peat, 2 in a row here in GR GT Cup Asia.
Okay, this is race number 3. Let us talk you through the grid. On pole position, the championship leader, Taj Aiman from Malaysia.
Right beside him is Andika Malada, his closest chapter rival, and in 3rd place, Moreno Pratama.
In 4th place, chance for Martin Swiderek, the pole out of Bangkok. Behind them, Benayo Tio, the 28-year-old from Indonesia.
Opposite of him is the Masuji from Malaysia. He'll be trying to help Taj in his battle. And the first of the Filipinos, Russell Reyes.
After Russell Reyes, we've got Chong Kai Chang, based in Malaysia. Alongside him, Danapan Pungpat, the best of the times.
And running out the top 10, starting with Luis Moreno, who is looking to go on a high, as well as Patrice Isa, who's been a bit offbeat this season.
In P12, the youngster, Edris Isan, his family are here. Enzo Isan, sorry.
And Jaden Leon in 13, behind him, Chayapat in P14.
And bringing up the rear in P15, looking to get some points on the board. Zaim Rashad out of Singapore. But there is your pole sitter. It is once again a rolling start. It's a long race, lap 1 of 23. We expect this to be a 35-minute race going around this iconic Fuji circuit. And if the rain coming in as well, that can cause mayhem, particularly around the technical part coming up to the hill into the home straight.
Yeah, picture your mind back to 1976, James Hunt, Niki Lauda. This is a battle, a grudge match between two of the finest.
Taj Ayman on soft compounds in pole position. We are underway. It is a race to the line from here. Taj Ayman looking to get off to a quick start and does do. And Dikarama right behind him, the defending champion versus the man who was runner-up in the inaugural edition of this competition. Taj Ayman nice and safely off the line. Behind them, Enzo Isan has got ahead of Fadris Issa into P11. That's the one change of personnel.
Yep, apart from that, strategy-wise, look at the tyres. Soft for Taj Ayman and for his fellow countryman, Iqbal Suji. So they're trying to go hard in the first stint. And after that, once the rain comes by, they'll try to see whether they can fit that strategy well with the soft tyres.
At the moment, it's working quite nicely. He's established a 1.1 second lead already as Taj Ayman. Behind them, Russell Reyes has got ahead of Anayo Teo, the Indonesian. But it's Taj Ayman we're on board with here. This is a brave, aggressive strategy.
Oh, that was a nice shot, wasn't it? Coming into turn 10s, 11 and 12. Mount Fuji just hidden in the clouds. You know what's coming. Rain here is quite a common occurrence at Fuji Speedway. So let's see how soon it will come as Kai Chung falls all the way to the back. That's unfortunate for him. But up in front, his fellow countryman Taj is doing what he needs to do and pull away from Nikarama.
Iqbal Suji has got into P5 as well ahead of Russell Reyes. So the soft compound is kind of working. Okay, let's have a look at how what's happened to Chong Kai Chang. He's had a bit of a spin. This is Chong Kai Chang.
And yep, he's trying to go up to the back of Benayateo. This is the choke point here at turn 11, 12. Hits the back. Oh, that is Tanapat. Spins him around. That is not going to be on here after this, especially given the fact that they will still have to talk a bit to each other after the race. But Chai Chung is not going to be involved in the big fight.
Again, all you can say is it's very early on and there is a possibility that you can make up that kind of time, particularly with the rain. If you get your pit stops correct, you will be all right. But yeah, there won't be no cards, there won't be no greetings afterwards.
Definitely, and the fact that Christmas is around the corner for some of them, maybe that will be the case. Anyhow, back up to the big, fast drivers up in front here. Reyes, Suji, and Sviderek here in a little fight with Suji on the soft tyres. He has to make the advantage count. Otherwise, he will all be for naught as Punk Fight there will suffer for a bit because...
Fair enough.
Fair enough, 5 seconds, but that penalty line is on the main start-finish straight, the 1.4 kilometer straight. He is going to lose a heap of time.
He certainly is. Iqbal Suji, he's got to make the soft compounds tell. Iqbal Suji is trying to close in on the back of Marcin Swiderek, who has been competitive throughout. Might just be too much. Swiderek, you suspect, needs to win this if he's got any chance of a top 3 place and a cash prize out of this competition. Swiderek currently in P4, under pressure from Malaysia's Iqbal Suji. There is Russell Reyes, a real racer, and a man with a secret, he was telling us earlier on.
Well, obviously he has a special other half, you know. But let's see if that other half can actually give him a bit more horsepower here. So there we go, Punk Fight comes across to the penalty line, and he will now tumble through the order. So unfortunate for him, that's not what he wanted to, how he wanted to finish here, but that's how the cookie crumbled.
Of course, he drops right the way down to P14. Ironically, the only person who doesn't go past him is the guy he took out, Chong Kai Chang.
I think because it is a long straight, he's going to go for it. Look at that! That was a great move there by Sviderek, but Suji, in fact, it was Suji trying to overtake, but Sviderek comes back at him, and now Suji really needs to get the move on here in front of Sviderek, otherwise the soft tyre advantage will be chipped away.
Swiderek defends so well. We saw that in the previous race. He holds his line perfectly. He says to Iqbal Suji, if you want to get past, you're going to have to go the long way around. Big wide back wheels there from Swiderek. Iqbal Suji tries to get some pace on as they come around this 3.
Oh, look at the inside! He's going for the chicane! He dives on it, goes side by side. This is what happened last time with Punk Fight and Kai Chung. It looks as though it might be opposite here, and nearly spins! Great save! What a save from Suji! He loses 1 position, but he didn't lose 20 seconds.
Russell Reyes goes past Iqbal Suji, so Russell Reyes into P5. Iqbal Suji trying to make the soft compounds really tell. As again, he's very aggressive there. He's pushed Russell Reyes away. He's trying to get that place back as they come around the corner. So this is onto the long straight now. And this is the opportunity here for maybe Iqbal Suji to get away from Russell Reyes. but it's not working out that way.
Oh man, Marston is proving to be quite a tough cookie to crack, isn't he? He has already absorbed a lot of pressure from Andika Rama in the previous race at the Nürburgring. Now he's doing the exact same thing to Iqbal, much to Iqbal's displeasure. You can see he raised his hand in gesticulation, but he cannot harp on that because he now has to defend himself in front of Reyes and Banaya Teo.
I thought that Swidrek did nothing wrong there. He's got the line to defend. It's up to Iqbal to go around the outside.
Yeah, hard defending, that is part of racing, but again, as a driver, you will feel very miffed that why is this guy defending so hard, you can't go by.
Okay, Iqbal Suji, he's been thwarted on one occasion, he's now got to look in his rear mirror. In P5, looks back towards Russell Reyes, ahead of them. I can tell you, Taj Ayman has made a terrific start. The gamble for him is working as Banaya Teo takes a little bit of dust with us.
Yeah, probably he's trying to use the out extremities to the circuit to find more time here, and he has done so. He's up to the back of Reyes here, but Reyes looks as though at one point he wanted to overtake Suji. Now he's actually falling into the clutches of the rest of the field.
Taj Ayman in P1, Andika Rama ahead of Pratama in 2 and 3. If it remains like that, Taj Ayman will be your champion. If it remains like that, but there's a long, long way to go. We are on board here with Iqbal Suji in P5. Russell Reyes trying to get close, but Iqbal doing his utmost to hold on. Pratama, he wants a top 3 place as well. Swidrek trying to pick up as many points as he possibly can. Our next question, Amo, is when the rain is going to come here at Fuji.
You saw just now the weather radar, nothing up for 100 kilometers, so the weather is still holding back for the time being, but on the foreground you can see the dark clouds forming because the mountains are being hidden by the clouds here. So it is cloudy, it's coming, but not in the rate of knots. And in fact, the weather changed completely. Look at the squall line, it is happening.
Weather radar, okay, so this Taj Ayman gamble of going on soft compounds and then maybe changing to something a little bit more reliable. It looks like it might be working. His lead is 5.3 seconds. Pratama trying to get, well, he's under pressure, Pratama, from Swidrek. Loving the drive from Machin Swidrek at the moment. Medium compound guy, he's just half a second behind Pratama. Pratama doesn't want to be looking behind. He wants to be putting pressure on Andika Rama.
Yes, in fact, Pratama, 2.4 seconds behind here. He may not be looking forward so much because look at Swidrek. He's still on his tail.
Certainly is. Loving this drive from Swidrek. Iqbal Suji 1.2 seconds down, not able to make any real headway. Now Iqbal comes back into the equation. We're on lap 5 of 23 around the Fuji International Circuit. The iconic circuit as they take this sharp right onto the home straight once again.
Well, you can see small specks on the top of the canopy. The rain has actually fallen here, but not in the rate of knots yet to warrant a pit stop, but certainly it's now at the forefront of the drivers' minds here. When are they going to pull the trigger?
Certainly, Pratama in P3 at the moment, but he's 2.5 seconds down on Andika Rama. Remember, top 2 represent this region in the World Finals. For Pratama, he'll be looking at now the rain is here. Now the rain is clear for all to see.
And you saw that squall line just now as we're looking to zoom in even closer. When it says green, that is danger. We haven't had pink, magenta or yellow yet because that would be really dangerous. In fact,
yellow's coming in. Yeah, yellow is coming.
So that is very heavy precipitation. That will definitely be on the driver's minds. And for Taj, that is what he wanted to do because the soft tires have paid off big time. 5 seconds ahead, he can actually now just manage the race up in front.
So for Andika Rama, Andika's really got to put his mind in gear. How does he reduce this 5-second gap? He's got to be clever, he's got to be canny, he's got to maybe gamble on when the rain will disappear. Obviously the rain is coming next, but for how long will the rain be there?
Yeah, that looks as though it's going to be in for a prolonged period of time, maybe about 5 to 10 minutes. As now we look at the tire strategy, they're on the same tire lap because of course they just started the race with the exact time, so 6 laps each on softs and mediums, and Taj actually is staying out, so he actually is willing to bet on the fact that the rain is not that heavy enough to warrant a pit stop, and he can just maintain this because there is a moisture meter on his indicator to show how much rain is on the track, and I think he feels safe knowing that he doesn't have to go in at this point.
Nonetheless, it's gutsy. It is gutsy because if he slides off, then immediately his championship hopes become, well, wafer thin. Although he has a 3-point lead. He has a 3-point lead.
And the thing is, if he finishes second, but he gets the fastest lap.
We're all level.
We're all level and we'll be on countback. Who has more seconds or thirds after that? That would be a great scenario. And even in the Malaysian qualifiers, he had to deal with that. He had to beat Kai Chang only by the slimmest of margins. They were in dead heat at one point, but he just got the better of him by the virtue of the fact that he overtook Danish at his expense to go punch a ticket into the final here. Now the weather here, that's yellow. That is not good. Now they have to tippy-toe around in the final sector. And then as Alex Vert said in that video, it is the most technical sector of the entire circuit, if not in the entire motorsports world. Getting it wrong here, it will be curtains for certain drivers.
This is scary for Taj Ayman. He's just got to manipulate his way up the hill and then dive into those pits as soon as he can. I'm looking at the lead on the right-hand side. Andika Rama is just edging. He's taken a 10th back, but then look at that. Andika Rama is unable to really capitalize, and Taj, well, the soft tire compound has worked. He must dive into the pits at some stage.
Oh no, he's not.
He stayed out.
He's staying out for another.
Taj Ayman, what are you doing?
Oh, I think Taj is believing in his wet weather driving prowess, literally putting it for good measure. Now, last time around, 29.5 for Taj. Rama is 3/10 faster, in fact, so he's getting time, but not much to actually warrant a real problematic moment for Taj at this point.
Gosh, Taj, he's really putting it on the line. Gotta say.
Well, I wouldn't bet against him to do that another lap, but he is a brave man to do so. And if he was to bet on his own tires lasting the distance, he is actually really going for the highest odds.
Comes up the hill. This is the hairpin, left-handed hairpin, and then now is the time to worry. But the rain at this side of the circuit doesn't look as heavy as it does at the far side of the circuit, which can be the case.
It has its own little climate, actually, so to speak, because just like in the Nürburgring, you can have one side raining and the other side clear, and now the rain is moving away.
Yeah, the rain has moved away, so it was just a little shower. Taj gambled, and the gamble was a calculated one, and it looks like it might be working.
Wow, wait. And we thought just now in the Nürburgring that the drivers, every one of them were going onto soft tires in the wet. Oof. Don't go onto the AstroTurf right there. That could be curtains for him. Luckily, though, he kept it going forward. And for Rama as well, he's still in it. So we still have a championship fight in our hands as we come now up to lap number 9 here. Still quite a ways to go, but Taj has one hand on the trophy.
So Andika Rama, though, he was able to claw back quite a bit of time on that last lap. It's back up to 5 seconds again, but he's clawed at least half a second back.
In the last 2 laps, yes. And it shows that Rama, at least now, wants to just eke up the pressure bit by bit, as now it's going to be a 3-way fight coming to turn number 1. Moreno, Theo, and Isa, Filipino, Singaporean, Indonesian, going at it. Who's going to blink first? Coming to turn number 1. It's going to be Theo going into it, neck and neck. But Moreno comes through and takes the possession, but Isa jumps through. Oh, big accident! A massive accident there. Moreno gets thrown off into the grass, and that definitely is the most controversial moment of the day.
Fadris Isa just showing a little bit too much. He tailgated on the back of Luis Moreno. The first time we've really seen Luis Moreno show us what he's capable of, and then he's just totaled as we'll have a little look at this, and I think Fadris is definitely at fault on this particular one. Amo, talk us through the replay.
Yeah, you can see that he's the middle of that particular sandwich. Theo goes a bit wide, he goes very deep. Fadris was on the brakes, jumps on it, and Moreno got it. He was already squirrely because he touched Theo, but Fadris, he was very gutsy going on the inside. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to go, and for Moreno, because he was already turning right, he was forced off completely, T-boned out of there.
So a double tap there on Luis Moreno, and he drops right way down into P15, actually. That's how tight it is. Taj Ayman stays out there. He's still on the soft compound tyres. That gap is just being eaten away at the moment. Pratama remains in P3. Everybody staying out. I think now, okay, Taj Ayman is into the pits.
Yeah, but we're expecting a 2-stop strategy because it's still a very long race. And in fact, Taj is not the first one to stop because Iqbal stopped the previous lap. He's on mediums. Now, definitely Taj wants to get rid of those softs, and yes, he goes on to mediums. How much fuel is he going to take? He will probably try to bring it at least to that second pit stop window just in time so that he could have a little bit more fuel towards the end. As you can see, Fadris predictably gets 5 seconds.
So that is for the colliding with the car. That doesn't make Luis Moreno feel any better. Isan does well. He goes through in P10. Jaden Liao, the 2 youngsters battling side by side. This is good stuff. The next generation coming forward. Jaden Liao from Singapore, trying to put pressure on Enzo Isan. Isan defends nicely, takes the line. And Jaden has to be aware of Teopat Pumpat because, you no doubt about Pata is an aggressive racer.
Oh, he's already shown that already in the first 2 races. And for Jaden, Liao, and Enzo Isan to fight each other. Oh no! Just as I was about to wax lyrical about that one, there goes Jaden spinning out. That was not part of the script. I was about to say that was echoes of a future that is coming, and unfortunately, he flopped his lines.
Enzo Isan can just take a little bit of time as they come into the technical part of the circuit. Up the hill into Fuji. There is Mount Fuji hidden by clouds in the background. Enzo Isan comes around. This is the left, and Taj Ayman is back out on the circuit right then. This time Taj is on medium compound tyres. Both he and Iqbal Suji have made their pit stop. Taj has completed the lap, so the tyres will be nice and warm now.
Yep, it's up to temperature. Oh, that's very, very close. Luckily, ghosting was on because Fatches had the surface penalty there. Taj, that was a momentary moment of madness. Yeah, moment of madness there. He thought that his championship was flashing from his eyes. Luckily, though, he got by safely. And through goes Chayapat as well, so Chayapat didn't put up much of a fight either.
Chayapat into P7, Taj Ayman. Right, brand new tyres, he'll look after them.
And he didn't take fuel that last stop. You can see that he had 73 on the pit stop, now it's 70, so he decided to just take new tyres and go on to the next pit window. So that is certain now is a 2-stop strategy.
The race leader on the circuit is Andika Rama. He needs to win this race, Andika Rama. At the moment, Taj Ayman is the championship leader. Moreno Pratama is also looking to get, if not the championship, into the top 2. The top 3 is prizes, cash prizes. The top 2 in cash prizes and a trip to the world finals.
Wow, sirree. That is a lot of incentive behind him, but he's going to have to stave off the attack of Marcin Svidera. Against Svidera, we know how hard he can defend. Let's see how he is in attack. Pratama goes a bit wide though. That's not the ideal line. And Marcin goes side by side with him. It's going to be a drag race on the 1.475 kilometers straight.
I'd fancy Marcin Svidera here because he's got himself just in a lovely little slipstream. He can time this. Andika Rama is in the pits. Svidera takes the line. Oh, it's being closed down by Pratama. Svidera is the new race leader, and he will have the line coming into this first corner at the end of the long straight.
Well, if you saw that view from behind just now, the skid plates underneath the cars created a bit of sparks, but we don't have to mind that too long because now Pratama fights back, goes around the outside of Svidera, but Svidera has the inside line. That will definitely be the advantage for him and takes back the race lead here, only for the time being. Though we'll wait until the pit stops come, but can he beat the driving there from Svidera? Very smart attack.
He's a very neat and tidy racer, is Marcin Svidera. He takes the racing line, he knows that it's his, he can look after it. He says to everybody else, he's saying to Pratama, you've got to beat me, I'm not going to give this to you, that's my racing line. And he's already established an 0.8 of a second lead over Pratama.
Yeah, Pratama got it all, ends up here coming up to the hairpin from turn 6 and 7. So he was already compromised slightly. Now he just has to recompose and try to get back to Svidera right here, because in terms of the net positions, he's already lost 1 on the road, and in the overall tally once the pit stop cycle through.
Round 14 and 15, 16 is the hairpin back into the main straight. As they come round here, nice wide angle, trying to get a good drive coming up the hill onto the long straight. And Swiderek, this is where he's able to do the damage on Pratama last time. Marcin Swiderek, is he staying out? I suspect, nope. Marcin Swiderek looks on the inside, but stays out. Was that a little dummy move on Pratama? Because Pratama's gone in.
Yeah, well, it might have been a bit of a dummy, or maybe it was a last-minute change of plans, but whatever it is, Swiderek feels like he has the pace on the medium tires at this point in the race to just continue on. So that really is a turnout for the books here in terms of where the strategy goes, because Swiderek now is going completely alternate from the rest of the field.
He certainly is. We're beyond halfway on his first set of tyres for Marcin Swiderek. He's obviously calculating. He's a scientist background, so I'm sure he's working this out in his head, how far he can go on this particular set of tyres. Maybe 2 more laps and soft compound home.
Maybe, but then again, these medium tires have actually gone and served him well for long, so maybe he's trying to go for a 1-stop. That's an interesting part to see after this, but we'll see as the situation develops, because in terms of the net overall lead, it is still Taj, but now he's 5.8 seconds ahead, so he gained time on the medium tires.
Right then, we are on board here with Pratama in P5, Iqbal Suji, everyone now on the medium compounds. Swiderek has come out on the medium compounds.
Oh, that's a dive! That's a dive from Iqbal! He actually taps the back of Pratama. Luckily, though, he backs out of it before he punts into the spin, just like what happened between Pung Fat and Kai Chang at the start of this race. But he had to be circumspect there, otherwise that would have had both of their chances of getting a good result to cap off this tournament. For the time being at least, Iqbal now is on the back of Pratama with Pung Fat probably being a bit of a relief that he's not involved in this.
The pressure is on Moreno Pratama. He can't afford to make mistakes. He's got to get us high up, so he won't be happy that Iqbal Suji is putting pressure on him. He wants to be on the shoulder of Tanapat Pungpat. But Iqbal Suji, he's an aggressive so isn't he, Iqbal? He keeps coming for you.
Yep, and the fact that the same line that Pratama took that led to Swiderek overtaking him, he's done it again. He tried to actually open up the door on the inside, and Suji dives one again, this time makes the move stick.
Well, he tried that a couple of times, Iqbal Suji. I love his aggression. Can just cross the line just a little bit on occasion, but that time worked it perfectly, and that is real frustration for Moreno Pratama. Swiderek has stayed out. Pungpat is in. Swiderek's the only one who's not been in for a pit stop as yet.
Yeah, it looks as though he is actually confident with the mediums that will last this long. And in fact, the way that the conditions are going on right now, he might just actually try to enter as soon as possible, because otherwise the tires might just cry out for life.
Okay, we are on board here with Moreno Pratama, the Indonesian, 28 years of age. He had a terrific result in the last race, put him really into championship contention, the victory last time around.
But he's not going to plan for this one, however, because, again, two of the fast guys have overtaken them for the net position on the road. We're still waiting where Svidra is going to come out. Pratama makes another mistake there. Goes a bit wide onto penultimate turn, and that allows Reyes to come in. Kai Chang and Isan fight for the behind. But, crucially, guy in front, the race leader, is into the pits. Svidra comes through.
Isan under pressure. You can feel his mum and dad saying, you leave our son alone there, as Kai Chang is putting the pressure on. There is Kai Chang. He's got Isan in his sights where they are on the circuit. They're just coming up onto the home straight once again. Is he close enough to get a drag? I don't think he is, you know.
Yeah.
Fourth gear, fifth gear, sixth gear accelerates him. Isan ahead of Kai Chang, 11, 12, 13 is Tanapat Pungpat, and then Luis Moreno, who was pushed aside earlier on. It's been a frustrating day for the veteran Filipino in 14.
Oh, he'll have to chuck this a little bit. I really feel for him. He came into it in high spirits, and I was talking to him over the past couple of days before the tournament. He really looked like he wanted to grab the bull by the hands, proverbially, and just take the championship fight to all the best guys. But unfortunately, it's not transpired that way. Let's hope that he can at least finish it off on a high, maybe in the top 10. But for now, the fight up in front is 5.2 seconds between Taj and Rama. So it's ebb and flowed. Svidrak on the soft tires. He's in P3, so that net pit stop really helped out for him.
Lots of reactions coming in on Facebook. It's mainly thumbs up and flags and everything. Let's get some comments from you. We'd like to hear your thoughts about how this might pan out over the last 8 laps, as Pungpat once again is aggressive into the back of Chong Kai Chang. Kai Chang 140, 150, changes down. Kai Chang, he's right on the tail there of Isan, and Isan has got himself a penalty. Isan has obviously gone into the back of somebody, 1.5 second penalty to be served on the long straight.
I can't remember which one is that, but we can't dwell on that too much, because Kai Chang opens the door and leads Pungpat through, and he will get 2 for 1 because Isan has to serve that penalty. Now it's a straight drag race between the Malaysian and the Thai.
Right, I can tell you, Swiderek, incidentally, he is on soft compound tyres. He will be looking, I think, to go all the way. This is a battle for P11 where Kai Chang gets the better of Tanapat, but Tanapat leaves the braking late. Can he hold it? Gosh, he can.
Wow.
Gosh, I thought he left that braking way too late, but he's held it there around the right-hander.
He picked up probably a braking point that really helped him out big time, and he holds on to the position for now. He probably Pungpat. But remember, these two already came to blows at the start of the race, so let's see if this is going to be part 2 between these two.
We are beyond 2/3 of the way through the final race. Taj Aiman leads as we follow his Malaysian counterpart. This is Chong Kai Chang down in P12. Let's see what he can do. There is Kai Chang. Kai Chang himself is under a little bit of pressure from Luis Moreno, as Enzo Isan has dropped right the way down to P14. And Jaden Liao is having a bit of a nightmare. It's a really good competition, and Jaden is learning each race.
Yeah, but 3 races to learn, and after that, just have to dwell on it for a while so that you can improve for next year. So for Jade, and in fact, on top of that, he's gotten another penalty on that. Maybe he cut a corner somewhere. Well, we're not going to watch too much because the battle for P2 and 3 is the one that we're focusing on here. Look at that. He is 9/10 of a second faster that time around Martin Friedrich against Rama. So he does have enough laps here. He can probably try to do against Rama what Rama couldn't do is to overtake.
Yeah, just focusing on, while we can, on Kai Chang and those who are really battling in the middle of the pack, trying to pick up points, trying to help their team in the overall team championships. Remember, there's $3,500 US available for the team that comes third in that championship.
I'll tell you what, it's actually very close between Malaysia and Indonesia now, but I think because Kai Chang now is outside the top 10, that might just give it by a hair's width to Indonesia.
I'm not going to calculate it, certainly not. Taj Ayman is the man who is leading the way. This is his Malaysian counterpart. There is Pratama. Pratama needs to win here. He's 5 points adrift in the championship standings. He not only needs to get past Iqbal Suji, he needs something to happen to Taj and Andika if he's to win this championship.
And little though something nearly happened there for Pratama. You can tell he's pushing hard. The car was swapping end over end. They're fishtailing out of turn number 12, just trying to get the power in. And literally, turn 13, he was literally trying to fight it, but it may be all for naught here because he's not in the slipstream. Iqbal actually ducks into the hard shoulder of the road to prevent Pratama from getting the slipstream.
Pratama in P5. It's not good enough. It won't be enough to get him into the championship, the World Cup. It will be able to get him into the top 3. He'll be in the money.
But again, it's just that so close yet so far for him. He'll be bitterly disappointed with this because the final race has not transpired the way he wanted. But the little battle that is going to be forming here for P2 and P3 is getting more and more compelling because look at that. It's now just under 4 seconds between Sviderek and Rama. So Sviderek then, if that tire life actually can hold on and he still has usable grip to fight against Rama, it's going to actually make the championship fight more and more interesting.
So Swiderek on Rama, there you go. That just proves the point. He made up 1.5 seconds on the last lap. Those soft compounds, he stayed out as long as he possibly could on the medium compounds. Again, we'll focus on that in just a moment. Let's just see if Pratama's able to make any headway. He's up against Iqbal Suji. Iqbal went out on softs first. Pratama, no matter what happens to Pratama, it's been an impressive performance by the Indonesian champion.
Indeed, he gets to join his fellow countryman Andika Rama up onto the top 3 of the podium here, but not with a ticket to the World Finals in Amsterdam. That will probably come another year though, but he will put his head up high now. He's just trying to get just for kicks here against Iqbal. And Iqbal once again goes very narrow, not to get the slipstream.
Yeah, that's clever from Iqbal. We've seen some clever racing. It's a long straight, and if somebody's right up tight behind you, they can get a tow, but Iqbal makes sure there is no tow available. Then goes out wide, can leave his braking license late. Coming in there just to try and get there is Pratama. Now, does Pratama go for broke? Or does he hold on to P3 and just be happy with the cash?
Then again,
what would you do, Amo Hazi?
Well, because I'm in Pratama's position, and I know that Sviderek is actually got a bit between his teeth, I'll be a bit nervous right now, knowing the fact that a key rival behind is actually making inroads to the guy in front. So it's actually becoming more crucial. It becomes absolutely important for Pratama to get by Suji, but without costing him any more time because Reyes is also behind.
It's inspirational stuff from Taj Ayman and Andika Rama. It is Pratama working his hardest as they come around this little mini chicane, the bottom of the hill. Now they'll come up the hill. Can he make any headway? The answer is no, because Iqbal Suji, tell you what, Iqbal, even though he's not in the top 3, he's had a fine 3 races so far today. He can be very proud of his performances.
Indeed, and the fact that he played a part in helping Taj on his way now to the position that he has, really he could be pleased with his day's work. But now he has a bit of work to do before the whole thing ends, because once again Pratama is up to the back of him, and this time slightly closer, but that good old slipstream tactic where he goes completely onto the hard shoulder, just trying to bait hot dogging Pratama to follow him, and he doesn't this time around. However, it's just not worth it for him, I think, to go really hard and just compromise his entry.
Clever Iqbal Suji. Pratama must be frustrated in P5. There he is, there's the driver's eye view, 4th, 5th gear as they come down. towards 3, 4 and 5. There's 3 in the left-hander, and then they've got the long right, 100 arc.
One of the very few corners that have survived the multiple remodelings of Fuji Speedway. Still quite a nice sight to see, especially if you're up in that cafe that you mentioned earlier, there's off camera, that you can see the cars really swing out and try to get the apex as Iqbal nearly swings the rear out completely there. And now looks as though Pratama is ready to strike.
Pratama trying to get as close as he possibly can. Oh, he's right on the tail. Little squiggle through there, through 10, 11, on to 12. 12 and 13, is this an overtaking opportunity? Not just yet. Iqbal Suji again. Iqbal's got the line. Iqbal is saying to Pratama, I know you're in the race.
Yep.
Iqbal again defends the line nicely, and you can sense the frustration. He gets a little bit too close, tries a little bit too hard, doesn't get the best of drives out. Will Iqbal go to the right again? He does again. This time Pratama follows.
And now Iqbal will try not to move once too many times there. He's gone for a second time. He cannot move anymore because remember, in racing etiquette, you can only move once. If you move twice, that's considered weaving. And he's done so, but he's back onto the racing line. That's fair. That is actually fair. So it's fine. But Pratama dives! Pratama dives for it and gets P4. Looks as though Iqbal's hot dogging tactics did not work that time around, and Pratama did what most drivers would do and just dive on the inside.
Immense patience there from Pratama, Moreno Pratama. He waited and waited and waited lap after lap. He's now got himself into P4, but he's 10 seconds adrift of Swiderek in P3. I can tell you Swiderek is closing in on Andika Rama. What have we got? 2 laps to go, and Swiderek is just 3.5 seconds down on Andika Rama, 2.9 seconds down on Andika Rama.
Yeah, but again, I think he's running out of laps here. So now Pratama is the one who's trying to defend from Suji, but Iqbal didn't think of going for a dive that time around because he knows full well if he goes narrow and compromises his exit, Reyes and now Benay and Theo will join the fight. A 4-way fight between 2 Indonesians, one Malaysian and 1 Filipino.
Iqbal Suji having led so capably in that battle against Pratama for the previous 3 laps. He's now got to do the chasing and is being chased by Russell Reyes as well. Russell's another one who's consistently been there or thereabouts all day.
Yeah, but again, this year seems to be not his year though, because he has fought at the front, but just missing the extra bit to get him up toe-to-toe with the other aliens in the region. And Taj is one of those guys that has really stepped up to the plate to challenge Rama and then some. He's right up there in front, 1 lap away from making history as the first Malaysian winner in GRGT Cup Asia.
Yeah, we need to start to focus on the race leader now, Taj Ayman. He's got himself a 3-second lead. Andika Rama is being chased by Marcin Swiderek. Here is Swiderek as they come into the second half, the third quarter, the third sector. Swiderek, he is trying to close. This is as close as he's been. He got into 2.9 seconds away from Andika Rama, but Andika has done pretty well. If it remains like this, Taj Ayman will pick up 25 points. Andika Rama needs to win because Taj is already leading the championship.
Well, he needs a monumental collapse from Taj in the final lap here for any chance for Rama to get back up to the back of the Malaysian, who has been impervious in the 3 races we had so far. Coming out to the final lap now, he will hope and pray to high heaven that the car, his equipment, and everything else will fall into place, because this is the last lap of GRGT Cup Asia 2024. Taj begins as the champion-elect.
This could be almost like a victory lap for Taj Ayman. He holds a 3.2 second lead. The Malaysian is looking strong. The Malaysian has just got to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. How's his tyre wear? It looks pretty solid. Andika Rama, the defending champion, is the man chasing, but the man from Puchong in Malaysia, the 26-year-old who loves the Nürburgring but will fall in love with Fuji International Speedway, I think he is on his way to the title. Tyre wear is looking good. Everything is looking ship-shape for Taj Ayman.
Yeah, but he still has half a lap to go and he has enough fuel, so we can completely backtrack on the fact that we needed 2 stops because the rain helped out with the tyre wear, so that's why these guys went long. But either way, Taj now, he can sense that he can swap the sides of Puchong with his many traffic jams and confusing highways to the bustling and beautiful streets of Amsterdam, where bikes are the main order today. He is now sensing a wonderful victory on the cards here and a ticket to the World Finals.
Taj Ayman, he comes round 14 and 15, then he will take the long turn into 16, and then he can see the checkered flag ahead of him. He's on to the home straight now. Taj Ayman from Malaysia comes over the final hurdle, and Taj Ayman from Malaysia is going to take the win, and Taj Ayman from Malaysia is going to be the champion of GT Cup Asia 2024. Behind him will be Andika Rama Maulana, but there, ladies and gentlemen, is your champion, and there's your runner-up.
Wow, I think you're out of breath now, Des. That is, we're really getting emotional right now, just as Taj is, because you can see he can barely contain his emotions coming across the line. He only had one hand on the wheel, wiping away the tears. He knows it's a culmination of 5 years of triumph and trial and error to triumph up to this point, and Rama is the first driver to get up in the seat to congratulate him. He knows full well it was a fair fight, and the two drivers have given us a fantastic championship battle.
Wonderful work, great work also by Martin Sidorek to come in P3 on the soft count. Pratama in P4 ahead of Iqbal Suji. Oh, terrific work though. Taj Ayman, he went out on the soft compound, Amo Hazik. We thought it was a gamble, but it was a calculated gamble. He went through the weather, he stayed out longer than we thought. One-stop strategy, and he wins it quite convincingly in the end.
Yes, and that's why I said when he managed the pace after that, when the rain came and he was so soft, it helped that fact that the colder conditions and the wetness of the track helped out with the tire wear, so he didn't really have to worry about that. Oh, look at that, he's even, I don't think we can even get an interview with him right now. He is so flooded with emotions. There you can see that Iqbal Suji is the first also to congratulate. He's taking off his glasses as well. They know this moment means a lot for everybody involved in the Malaysian contingent. Kai Chang as well, despite his rather tepid end to the entire championship, he's happy for him. They know full well what this means to all three of them being involved here. They're all not just rivals and racers, they're all friends off track as well. It really does mean a lot of the world to them.
Okay, here are the in-game results before any protest, but it didn't seem to be too much, but then I've said that before. Taj Ayman undoubtedly takes the victory. Best lap of 1:27.904. Andika Rama, a very good P2 for him. Andika, I think, will be going once again to the Worlds. Martin Swidorek, what a debut from the pole in Bangkok. And a fastest lap as well for Martin on 1:27.283. Pratama, a really good performance from Pratama. That P4 should be good enough to win him a good cash prize. Iqbal Suji in P5 for Malaysia. Excellent work by the doctor. Russell Reyes, have enjoyed his work today. Banayo Teo, excellent work as well. And Chayapat from Thailand, the best result of the day, P8 for him.
Yep, and now we go to the best of the rest here. Fadri Sisa once again in the top 10, but just not his year this year, isn't it? But he'll be happy with the result that he managed to carry the weight of Singapore with him up to as high as he could. There in P9, Zaim Rashad finally off from the bottom of the page into P10. Kai Chang disappointingly in P11, Dan Moreno as well. Well, again, your heart goes out to him. He had such high hopes coming into this. He'll have to go back here to the drawing board and try to regroup for the next year. Enzo Eason in P13, Pung Fat 14 to win a rather dramatic race. And then Jaden Liao running off the entire field, which makes it 3 Singaporeans in P15 for 3 straight races.
So really good work. I've loved the work of Taj. I've followed him through on many e-racing events, and to see the tears, I know how much work he puts in, and we were hearing before how many hours the guys are putting in on the sims just to practice. This is the culmination, you said it, of 5 years hard work. Runner-up in 2020, winner in 2024.
Yeah, but in between, the toil that he had to go through of near misses and opportunities lost because of the fact that some things didn't fall in his favor. Last year especially, he was particularly disappointed after what happened because he knew he had the pace, but unfortunately, luck was in his favor. But this year, everything fell together in the best way possible, and circumstances outside his control also fell favorably for him. Really helped out in culminating in that particular championship. He will walk away from here with the biggest grin in the entire nation.
Lovely combination at the end as well. I mean, let's talk about the race strategies and the gamble of going out on soft compound and then medium. You know rain is going to come at some stage, but he took the gamble. It came off perfectly. Couldn't have scripted it better.
Absolutely, and the fact that every single driver in the entire field followed his lead shows the fact that, maybe there is some way that he could work in this out.
Okay, let's go and get some post-race reaction. Victoria Cheng will be talking, I assume, to our champion.
Thank you so much. Now, we promised you a lot of drama and excitement, and I believe we have it. We're going to have a lot of announcements coming up, of course, our prize-giving ceremony, but we do want to have a chat with a lot of our veterans here racing today. Now, I'm with Lewis. Lewis, talk me through it. What happened on race 3?
Well, there was a 3-wide battle between me and Theo. Theo had a moment at the corners, this Nets corner, just before the final corner. Then he lost a lot of momentum. I had to go to the outside of him at Panasonic last corner. Then Patrice also went for it on the inside. So we were 3-wide at the main straight. Then I had the momentum, so I was able to go ahead and then try to defend coming into turn 1. Theo lost it at turn 1, and then I had a little bit of traction loss at turn 1. And then I thought I was in the clear, but Patrice suddenly snuck in on my inside and clipped me. Very unfortunate. I think we could have had been ahead of Team Thailand if not for that incident.
Yeah, really unlucky and in the competitive circus. And now I know you had a lot of excitement, a lot of determination coming into the event this year. And I hate to ask, but I have to ask, how are you feeling right now?
I'm alright. It's just kind of bummed that this year's not really good on my end, but at least I raced with no regrets result, so I am quite relieved that didn't make any major mistakes or any incidents that would have cost me some penalties on my end. So I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine after a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. All you can do at this point, you prepare for this moment, and you just got to give it the best shot that you can. And now, I know it's hard to give a definite answer right now, but you were a second-place winner last year. What's going to be your process to get ready for next year? What should we expect from Luis Moreno?
All I have to do is just keep racing because there's always going to be next opportunities and next year if given the chance. And yeah, just keep racing because anything can happen in racing, and it so did. So we just have to keep going. Keep pushing for the better.
Now, I know there are a lot of happy moments, whether we're in the race or outside the race. What's your favorite or most memorable moment for this year's GRGT?
I think race 3. I had a good car. I had some good time management, and I think race 3 could have been the best if not for that incident. Didn't really exactly like the rally. Rally's not my style, and race 2 was a mess. So pretty much neutral on my side. I'd say race 3 is my best. I think had a good car going.
Well, will we be seeing more of you in the coming months and the following year?
Looking forward to it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Luis Moreno from the Philippines. I think that's just so important in a competitive environment. All you can do is prepare all that you can, but like Luis said, you just got to enjoy the moment and do your very best. All right. Okay. Hey there. How are you feeling?
It's quite emotional actually, because on one hand, in terms of the individual points, it's really difficult for me to make a change. But there are two things that came to my mind early on into the race. One is to try to make Malaysia stand out as possible. That's the main objective. So there are two things that I set in mind. One is to help Taj as much as possible. And number 2 is for me personally, I try to gain its advantage as much as possible by doing something out of the ordinary.
Now, Iqbal, you're always at the top of the Malaysian racing scene here. How do you feel the competition has been different going up against 4 other countries here compared to just racing locally?
So I've been in this series for many times now, and I've definitely seen the progression year after year. And I would say this year is definitely the toughest. In terms of going into the competition, everyone more or less know each other already, and everyone keeps track of everyone's progress. So it's all a matter of putting in the practice and making sure you are able to get the fastest millisecond as possible, because it's so tiny, that difference. But that difference itself is crucial to what decides for you to be a winner.
Do you feel more pressure, or do you think it's a hometown buff competing here in Malaysia?
I would like to say there is a buff, but still the pressure from the other contestants still dawns on me. So that is consistently on my mind. But at the end of the day, the one thing that makes me push forward is Semangat Malaysia, which is my pride, my enthusiasm, my spirit to bring glory to the country.
Oh, fantastic. Iqbal, everyone. Thank you. Beautiful. There really is something about the hometown buff, and I think Malaysia has a lot to be proud of today. All right. So we have, and from Singapore, Jaden, you are one of the youngest competitors here, and this is your very first experience competing internationally. How was it being here on the big stage?
It's great. I'm so excited to meet all these drivers, and it's been a great opportunity, and I'm so grateful to Toyota and everyone else who's helped me to get here.
Now, you know, at dinner last night, we were having this whole debate with young racers versus the older veterans. Do you want to share some of your thoughts on that? Some advantages and disadvantages of youth versus experience?
I'm sure there are advantages with both, but I think the slightly older racers on track have a slightly bigger advantage. They've got more experience and a bit more free time.
We were joking a bit about having a pro-am segment one day with your parents. You were sharing a bit about your dad. He's actually quite into racing. Was he part of your inspiration?
Yeah, definitely. Him and my brother have been big inspirations. They've taught me everything I had to know about cars, and yeah, they've just helped me along my journey.
Well, you have a long career ahead of you. What should we expect from the future Jaden?
This is not the last you'll see of me. I'll sure to do better in the future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jaden Liu from Singapore. Thank you. All right, well, it's been pretty intense. So you guys enjoyed today's race? Yeah. All right, you know what? We have a lot of Toyota reps here with us, and I want you guys to shout out for the country that you're representing, or give applause for your neighbor. So let's give a shout out for your reps. I want to hear it for Singapore and Malaysia. Woo, Malaysia. All right, next, Thailand. Come on, make some noise. We've got Indonesia in the house. And how about the Philippines? And of course, I know we've got our Japan representatives here. Let's give them a big round of applause. And we also love newcomers. We want our family to grow. Big round of applause for Cambodia and Vietnam representatives for being here as well. Now, I also want to thank our official partners, Kinto and Denso again, and of course our headset partner, Razer. You saw our racers, our drivers wearing them earlier, the slick black and signature Razer green headsets. And for those of you, I think we still have our merchandise outside for you. They're customizable Toyota t-shirts I saw that you can make, and public time attack. All right, I would also like to invite to the stage a man that you're all very familiar with, the general manager of Toyota Motor Asia Pacific and the second place winner of today's exhibition race, Mr. Jaja Ishibashi. All right. This is the 5th edition of the GR GT Cup Asia and our second physical event. The stage is even better than last year. We've seen a lot of new and young, fresh faces this year. How exciting is this for the future of e-motorsports in Asia?
Yeah, Victoria, before I answer that question, I do want to send a shout out to Gazoo Racing Malaysia, the senior management that's here. Thank you very much. Mr. Obata, Mr. Sean Long, thank you. Thank the entire team. Also, all the drivers that are in the back, thanks for all your achievements today. All the distributors that are here today and all the media, thank you very much. Regarding the youth and the young drivers upcoming and what it means for e-motorsports. E-motorsports for Gazoo Racing falls under the community pillar. And what that means is that we're always looking for new fans. This platform for e-motorsports is something that is completely new for us. It's not expanding our current customer base. It's not anything like that. So when you see drivers here today, one was 14, one was 15, and even the young man who talked about Fuji, I was just sitting next to my supervisor, and we were just talking about how can he say that? We should get advice from him. So to answer your question, I mean, you know, the youth for us is just unreal, and the value for that for any brand, especially for Gazoo Racing, is just phenomenal. So we look forward to it. And I wish all the young adults the future. Thank you, man.
Yeah, big round. Applause for the youth.
Give me advice next time.
Is it Ethan? Yeah,
Yes,
there he
Mr.
is over
Ethan.
there. Now we know Toyota Gazoo Racing is all about pushing the limits for the better. What are some of the improvements made to the event this year?
Improvements. There's a long list, but from a Toyota perspective, maybe I can explain it from a customer first perspective, right? So maybe there's two angles. One is a spectator, and one is a participant. From a spectator angle, we've made quite some tweaks. Whether it's the position of the large screen LED TVs, or even having the time management stuff, or even those of you who were with us yesterday, we had the Pro-Am. So these changes is part of our spirit of Kaizen, and last year we tried to upgrade. From a participant standpoint and the driver perspective, I don't know if you all saw it from the stream and here, but we added a little Discord feature, and this is all part of how we can make it better for everyone. So to push it better for everyone and pushing the limits for better, this is what we try to do.
Excellent. Well, we can definitely see a lot of the improvements. So inside and out, I think we've been seeing a lot of that happening this 2024. Now, the race has been incredibly intense, and I have to say even exhilarating at moments. What's been your personal highlight of the event?
Yeah, I thought you'd ask that, but there's a lot of highlights, I think. I think the first one, just three quick ones, is the first dirt track. And that's also actually a highlight that our team suggested, because while we did road races, so this year we wanted to do a rally race. And we're thinking, is it going to be snow? Is it going to be dirt? But the moment we went to the drone cam and you saw all the cars and the electrified atmosphere in this room, that was the first moment of, wow, GR GT Cup Asia Finals is something else. The second one in Nürburgring, same, on the back straight, when the cars were, I can't even count them, I think there were like 6 cars bunched up right before the chicane. That was probably moment 2. Moment 3, last year we saw Mr. Rama dance, but this year we saw Mr. Taj, very emotional. So that would be my third, and congratulations to Mr. Taj.
Well, couldn't agree with you more. And a big round of applause for Mr. Jaja Ishibashi. Thank you. All right, we are gonna watch and recap a bit of the highlights from race 3. So let's go back to our commentators and see what happened just now.
Taj Ayman was on pole for the final race, and Taj Ayman was on pole position in terms of the overall championship standings. Andika Rama needed to do something pretty special. Taj went out on soft compound tyres. That was a gamble. Would it come through? Iqbal Suji, his teammates, also did the same, and the soft compound meant that Swiderek was under real pressure, but Swiderek defended wonderfully, Amo.
Yeah, but again, look at that block hit that nearly caused Iqbal to spin, but maybe just within the grey areas of what's legal. Meanwhile, after that particular exchange, it's just a matter of getting into a bit of a lull period where the drivers will relax. But compared to the guys in front, the middle of the pack here, that was a great battle until it wasn't.
There was an awful lot of contact going on there. This is Luis Moreno, takes the touch from Theo and then goes out. Isa Fadris takes him out, and Luis Moreno, his championship hopes, well, they died a long time ago, but there they disappear completely. We focused on Pratama. He had an outside chance of making into the top 2, and then Iqbal Suji comes in, and Iqbal, terrific performance from him. Iqbal Suji going into P4. Up in the front though, Taj Ayman was doing a terrific job. Pratama did eventually get past Iqbal Suji into P4. It wouldn't be enough though, Amo.
Indeed, and the fact that for Pratama, maybe his chances of third place may have gone for a burden, because we don't know exactly right now, at least until we get after the highlights, how he went. But up in front, Taj impervious all the way to the end, and an emotional champion.
Taj Ayman takes the victory. This is the 25 points that he picked up. This is just for this race, where there have been 1 or 2 protests. I need to tell you about that. So Taj picked up 25 points, Andika 20. Marcin Suderek, his best result, 18 for him. Moreno Pratama, 13 for him. Iqbal Suji, Russell Reyes, all in double digits. Banao Tayo in 9 points for P7. And Chaipat, 8 points for P8 for the tie.
And Marcin getting the fastest lap as well. As he can see, he has 18 points there as opposed to the normal 16. Fatres leading the best of the rest in 9th. Zaim 10. Then Kai Chang 11th. In front of the two Filipinos, Moreno and Ison. Talapat finishes off in P14, and Jaden Liao makes it Singaporeans in P15 for 3 straight races.
Obviously, the main focal point is about the champion and the person who comes in P2, so we'll talk an awful lot more about Taj Ayman. But some of the young racers, I mean, Victoria touched on in some of the interviews, some of the young racers are making their mark. But Jaden Liao, he found it very, very difficult, but he will have learned from this experience.
Oh, definitely. He will learn a lot how the races go and the amount of dedication that comes into this tournament. Plus, a bit of luck along the way. But overall, he has already made it here. He knows full well that the next level to step up, he is already within touching distance. So, again, and when he was battling with Enzo Ison, it was just echoes of a nearby future that might come very soon, you know.
Exactly. You were just on the cusp of saying that, and then Jaden spun out, didn't he?
So now I get to say it.
Exactly. Okay. And for an experienced racer like Luis Moreno, no matter how much work you put in, you can have bad days.
Yeah, indeed. But again, those bad days can be overcome by the fact that you have the result to show for it. You can overcome it when you go full ham and just try to just make up for the deficit earlier by racing clean, racing hard. But it also pays to be at the front as well. And for Taj, he benefited from the fact that despite, race number 2, he started in mid-pack. He made his way out to the front very calmly, and that really made his championship.
We thank you for all your comments that came through on Facebook. There were a lot of flags, it must be said. A lot of flags celebrating particularly Malaysia and their victory. But your comments were welcome right the way through. Please focus onto the Facebook page. There were still some protests, so we are waiting for final confirmation of the results. We don't think it'll affect the top 3, but you never can tell. I've been wrong on that one before, so we'll wait until the official results come in. Amo, where do you think the main contact was, though? I suppose Luis Moreno must be feeling pretty hard done by.
But the game already given the penalty for Fatres, so maybe that's out of the way. It's just those that were not seen on camera, any of those small skirmishes, maybe those are the penalties that have been decided. But for the front 2, for Taj and for Rama, they're definitely safe. They're clear from that one. But 3rd and 4th may be a point of contention right now. Who's overall 3rd? Is it Sviderek? Is it Pratama? It remains to be seen at this point.
Marcin Sviderek, what a fabulous race from him. Again, defensively, he said to everybody who was behind him, you've got to get past me. I've got the racing line. I'm going to take the right line. You've got to get past me. And certainly Iqbal Suji, for one, was monumentally frustrated. Moreno also.
Indeed, and the fact that Rama as well, they had the ire of that particular Polish wall that really prevented him from overtaking. So luckily though, it is hard defending, but I think just falls under the guise of fair play.
Okay, right. We've got the individual standings. These are now the official standings. Taj Ayman, we knew, is our champion. 65 points for him. P2. Have a look at that. Andika Rama, 57. Marcin Swiderek just 4 points adrift of Moreno Pratama. So Moreno Pratama holds on to P3 ahead of Swiderek. So the Indonesian ahead of the Thai-based Paul. Iqbal Suji, a very respectable P5 for him. Ahead of Benayo Teo, the Indonesian, doing well on 34 points. Russell Reyes, always competitive on 32. Chong Kai Chang, 5 points picked up in race number 3 for 20 in all.
And now going into the second page, this is for the best in rest, and Fatres on average was right about where he was there, and he'll be happy to be the fastest among the Singaporeans in P9 in front of Moreno, who at least for consolation, despite the tournament that he did not expect, he'll be in the top 10. In front of Pung Fat and Chayapat in 11-12, the 2 ties, and then Enzo Ison, the first of the youngsters in P13, in front of the other youngster, JD Leo in 14th and 15th. Well, for consolation, at least he scored more points than the previous 2 races, Zaim Rashad.
All the red you can see is penalties that were imposed, so our race stewards have had a tough old time as well. They've been busy. There were a lot of protests put in, which is fair enough because there's a big prize at stake.
Yeah, and again, it has to be a fair and just penalty, otherwise it will become a point of contention for drivers. But thankfully, everything's been sorted, and now here's the honor roll.
Okay, it's just confirmation of what we just told you. Third place, representing Indonesia, Marino Pratama.
And second place is Andika Ramamalana with a brilliant fight towards the end. Just came a bit short.
And your champion, he's still got to pick up the prize, but Malaysia's Taj Aiman. Taj has worked so hard. The tears, I mean, I must confess I was a bit surprised that there were tears there. That just shows you how much emotion he was putting into the day. He looked a little bit tense earlier on today, and he's normally a relaxed character. But yeah, he's won a big prize, and he's got an even bigger prize to aim for.
Yeah, all the way in Amsterdam. And the fact that when I met him just now for lunchtime, he actually slept the longest among all the drivers as far as I'm concerned. He slept like a baby from 2 a.m. all the way, woke up 11 a.m. and missed a couple of briefings, but he's happy with that one. It paid off.
Okay, country standings. Your overall champions are Indonesia. 139 points accrued ahead of Malaysia. A more than creditable 121. Thailand doing everything well on race number 3. 28 points accumulated, 72 points for them. They will pick up the $3,500 to share. For the Philippines and Singapore, well, try again next year. It's been great to have the efforts coming in from you guys, but 4th and 5th respectively. No shame in that whatsoever, but you're up against some world-class people. Indonesia, 51, 46, 42 points. They've topped the standings on all 3 of the races, Amo.
Absolutely. It shows that even when the chips are falling onto the table, they still manage to come out trumps on this one. And that is Indonesia, but definitely class of the field.
All of these races have come through regional championships, which is all part of the GT Cup process. So there are your country champions. Andika Ramamalana, Moreno Pratama and Banaya Theo. It really is a good combination, and they will go home with a rather nice $8,000.
Wow, wait. Sharing them on themselves here. You can imagine that.
So a big congratulations to all. We've got the official presentations and the prizes still to be handed out, and where we will have the opportunities of getting the photos and meeting the players, and maybe getting 1 or 2 more reactions, 1 or 2 more interviews about the day's work and the preparations that have gone in for this. As for myself and Amo, that's the end of our work. It's as usual been a pleasure. Amo, I'm lost without you, my friend.
Cheers, mate. Could have done it without a better steady pair of hands here to guide through the entire process.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed our internal coverage and our work on Facebook as well. Thank you for all your comments. We hope you've enjoyed it. We hope you've enjoyed the quality. Let's head down to the stage for the final presentations. But from Amo and myself, it's bye for now. How about that?
Oh, that's... Well... Wait, it's still not over yet. But wait, there's more. No more racing, of course.
Okay. So I'm told that the stage isn't ready, so we were a bit premature. Never mind. Let's talk about your highlights of the day. We heard Jarja's highlights of the day. Your highlights of the day.
Oh, that's quite a hard one, isn't it? So many moments to pick up from the main tournament, but I think that between Sviderek and Rama was probably one of the best, because those are 2 heavyweights going at each other.
How about the dirt to get us going? The rallycross start was a terrific way to get the day started.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it was Moreno doing the maneuver on Kai Chang. That really caught that really got us wide open. Like, wow, somebody can overtake on the dirt. That's amazing.
Yeah, and they were particularly on that final lap as well. Gosh, it seems like a million years ago, but it's only a couple of hours ago. But they've been through so many emotions. They've had to be on the dirt. They had to go around Nürburgring, which is a classic, and Fuji Speedway. They've had to deal with rain. They've had to deal with dirt. They've had to deal with competition. The emotion's been high.
Yep, and that is a good segue to a third point, that my third pick of the day. Taj's emotions. You can tell that 5 years of effort, 5 years toll. He was close in the very first year, had to go meander in between with some decent results. He was in the top 5 on all the occasions, but he just didn't crack it until today. And you can tell, I can sympathize with him. I really feel the emotions that come with him. You can get lumps in your throat when you know that your ultimate goal has been achieved, and you've done so thinking that it might be a dream, but it is real.
I'll allow you to have a little bit of a Malaysia ballet. You're obviously chuffed out from a Malaysian perspective. Born and bred Malaysian, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, Malaysia Boleh may be the chant here for that one. Though the consolation prize is that World Championship win for Taj, for the Malaysian point of view. But the team championship again just misses out to Indonesia. So I think for the Malaysian supporters here, they would definitely be thinking, oh well, there's always next year again. And who knows, maybe it will be held somewhere else.
Maybe. Okay, we're still waiting for the stage to be presented. At this time, we can say farewell. So this time, for certain, from Amo and myself, it's back to Victoria for the final time. Bye for now.
Thank you, Des and Amo. And like Des was saying, Malaysia Boleh. And now, the moment you've been waiting for, the prize presentation. I would like to invite our VIPs for the first prize presentation, the General Manager of Toyota Motor Asia Pacific, Mr. Jaja Ishibashi, and the Assistant Manager of Toyota Motor Asia Pacific, Mr. Isaac Chong. And here we go. In 15th place, Zaim Rashad from Singapore. Smile for the photo. Thank you, Zain. And in 14th place, Jaden Liao from Singapore. And in 13th place, from the Philippines, Enzo Ison. And in 12th, from Thailand, Chayapat Lipikon Kosol. And in 11th place, from Thailand, Thanapat Pongpat. And in 10th place, from the Philippines, Luis Moreno. And in 9th place, from Singapore, Fatris Isa. And in 8th place, from Malaysia, Chong Kai Chang. Place at 7th from the Philippines, Russell Reyes. And in 6th place from Indonesia, Benayateo. And in 5th place, from Malaysia, Iqbal Suji. And in 4th place from Thailand, Marcin Switterick. I would like to thank Mr. Isaac Chong, the Assistant Manager of Toyota Motor Asia. Mr. Ishibashi, please remain on the stage for the next award presentation. I would now like to invite Mr. Panat Lilawansuk, the General Manager of Toyota Motor Asia, on the stage. And first up, we will give out our award, our trophy for the Driver of the Day. And the driver of the day is Taj Aiman from Malaysia. And next, the award for the best racecraft driver. From the Philippines, Russell Reyes. And the award for fastest race pace goes to Andika Rama from Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Jaja Ishibashi and Mr. Panat Lila Wansuk. And now we will begin the prize presentations for the country championship winner, but I would like to invite on stage our VIPs, Mr. Takahashi Obata, the Deputy Chairman of UMW Toyota Motor. I would also like to invite Mr. Sean Lang, Director at UMW Toyota Motor. In third place, the country winners for third is Thailand. Our drivers are Swiderek, Pungpat, and Limpikong Kosol. Thank you, Team Thailand. And in second place for the Asia Country Championships, it's Malaysia. And our winners for the Asia Country Championship, it's Team Indonesia. All right, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Takahashi Obata and Mr. Sean Lang. Oh, and we are gonna set up for the final moments. Of course, the three who will be standing on the podium. The three who are going away with the prize pool. First place, of course, getting the lion's share of $8,000 US. The second place winner getting $4,500, and third place getting $3,000. That is a lovely chunk of change to do nice things with. And of course, our top two will be going to Amsterdam later this year, which is very exciting. I have to ask you guys, are these results what you expected? Here's some mixed reviews, but was it a damn good race? It certainly was. Now I'd like to invite our top three drivers onto the stage. I would like to invite our top three drivers onto the stage. In third place, Moreno Pratama. In second place, Andika Rama. And in first place, Taj Ayman. time. May I ask our audience to stand for the Malaysian national anthem? And now, for the prizes, may I invite Ms. Kenix Loh, the Deputy General Manager of Toyota Motor Asia, for the third place prize presentation. And once more in third place from Indonesia, Moreno Pratama. Moreno Pratama, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Yoshiyuki Takai, the Executive Vice President of Toyota Motor Asia, for the second place prize presentation. In second place from Indonesia, Andika Rama. I would like to invite Mr. Kazunari Iguchi, the Executive Vice President of Toyota Motor Asia, for the first place prize presentation to crown our champion. From Malaysia, Taj Aiman. I would like to re-invite all of our VIP prize presenters back onto the stage for a group photo. That includes Mr. Jaja Ishibashi, Mr. Isaac Chong, Mr. Panat Lila Wansuk, Mr. Takahashi Obata, and Mr. Sean Leng. Now I would like to also invite all of our drivers on the stage for a big group photo. Our 12 drivers from Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. Thank you to our drivers. You may return to the backstage, but Taj and Andika, you know what's up. Please remain on the stage. Big round of applause for all of our drivers. I would like to also thank our prize presenters, our VIPs. Please have a seat for our winners interview. All right. Andika Rama, second place. You're back here on the podium. How are you feeling in this very moment?
Quite happy. I already did my best for this championship. The race 1 did well. The race 2 maybe not so, but the race 3 I give my best. But as you can see, Ayman's really strong on the first stint, and I'm really having a hard time to catch him. But yeah, I'm happy with the results.
Well, speaking of your results and your experience, how did your experience give you an edge over the competition today?
Maybe because I play this game a bit for a very long time. Maybe just maybe a little bit wiser than the other guy. Try to maybe sometimes like a race, but sometimes okay, this is not even worth it to push to the limit and then make mistake by myself. So I just keep my head down and then just give the best.
And now you're returning to the global stage, this time in Amsterdam. Anything you're looking forward to this time around?
Hopefully, since the Barcelona ones is maybe not so good, I'm hoping for the Amsterdam, at least I manage to do the final race.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Andika Rama. Now, Taj Ayman, you're pitted against 14 other drivers from 5 countries. How does it feel to place not only on the podium, but to place first here on your home ground of Malaysia?
I feel a bit of relief, as last year is unfortunate for myself, and to be said, it's like a bit of a redemption for this year. And to compete, thank you for Team Malaysia that they did really well from race 1 and race 2 and race 3. So yeah, props from them.
Now, what was the crucial moment when you knew you were going to be champion today? Was there a moment in the race and you just knew this was it?
I do think when during the race 3, I just stick to my strategy. I just stick to soft because I try to run away from the second position or third. So from on that lap 20 or 21, I can see my tire is a bit dropping from there, and yeah, starting from there, I was praying that don't let the car like spin out from the last 3 or 2 laps. Yeah.
But this is your moment. We have to make sure the camera is perfect for you. Now, you were talking about your performance and how much you guys were practicing with your team from last year until this, and obviously we're seeing a huge performance upgrade. What would you say is the biggest factor that pushed you to the top?
I think it's because we do like trading. I mean, I personally with my friends Danesh outside there, and Iqbal and Kai Chang, we do like nations and manufacture normally, and I think from there we learning from there, and I think that's one of the things why I do join Toyota, and I just give it a shot.
Now, as their champion, you two will be going over to Amsterdam to represent our region of Asia. Is there anything you're really looking forward to going over to Amsterdam?
For now, I think I just do my best, and I know the competitors is really, really tough and difficult. Same goes to Anika here, and probably we're gonna practice together and try to make Asia proud.
All right, making Asia proud. Taj Ayman, today's champion of the GR GT Cup Asia Finals 2024. You know, go backstage and celebrate a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup Asia 2024. I would also like to thank all of our drivers and, of course, Toyota Motor Asia, our sponsors, Kinto, Denso, and our headset sponsor, Razer. I would also like to thank our commentators. Let's give them a round of applause. Amo, Des, Ari, Mike, Ano, and James from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. Big round of applause for our production and crew for making this happen. I'm your host, Victoria Chang, and I hope you guys had a great time witnessing yet another year of Asia Pacific's best here in Kuala Lumpur. See you next year for more GR GT Cup Asia Finals action.